Good morning, good morning, good morning. And welcome to day 4 of the USPA National Championships out of Palm Springs, California. Brought to you by SBD. And the national anthem was just played. We are underway. It's good to see all you guys in the chat this morning. If you have any questions, you can post them in the chat. I'd be more than happy to answer them for you. I am Mike Newbern. I am a national referee, although I'm not refereeing today. And I'm seated next to other national referees right at the scores table, as well as from time to time I'll be joined by international referees and or USPA chair, executive vice president, things like that. So once again, the drug-tested USPA National Championships are brought to you by SBD. SBD Apparel USA. You can find out more information about them online at us.sbdapparel.com. They are the U.S. distributor of SBD Apparel, the market leader in sports clothing, accessories, and strength and fitness. Coming up first on the red platform is going to be Terrence Plotsky. Guys, I had the chance to meet Terrence this morning at breakfast, and his story is really, really interesting. So hopefully we're going to get Terrence over here during Deadlifts to talk about his story, what brought him to powerlifting, and a little bit of his background. So we're getting the spotters and loaders into place first before Terrence comes up to squat. Take a look at the platform. You will see we're using squat bars today. We're using Kabuki Strength squat bars. I actually just purchased directly from Kabuki a few minutes ago a transformer bar, a Cadillac bar, and a trap bar. I walked over to the booth, and they have a booth here on site today. I walked over to the booth and purchased those directly from the Kabuki team. And so we get the bar loaded with the Ivanko plates for Terrence. Terrence's opener is 143.3 pounds. He's coming to us out of Nevada City, California. Terrence is 80 years old, by the way. I mean, super easy, super easy. He's got a big crowd here cheering him on today, and that's going to be 3 highlights for Terrence. So today is going to be the men's 90 and 100 kilogram weight classes, both on the blue and the red platform. You are on the red platform today. We got Friday opening up with 10 lifters. That is going to be a good lift for Dennis Garcia with a 160 kilogram opener. Up next is Jason Roberts out of Waipahu, Hawaii. So as you guys carry on throughout the day, you will notice that I butcher some pronunciations and some I don't butcher. And the reason I'm able to pronounce a lot of the Hawaiian names well is because I lived in Hawaii for 5 years. I was stationed out there in the Navy. So Jason underacts the bar. He waits for the squat command. There's the squat command. You see him squat down, and he stands back up. That looks stronger from here. The judges say there's 3 white lights. Coming up next is Brian Hartman. Brian is a master lifter out of Eureka, California, weighing 195.3 pounds. He's attempting 363.8 pound squat. Platform is ready for Brian. Brian comes up. And it looks good from here. The judges say that's 2 white lights. 2 to 1 means a good lift. Brian is also wearing a brown belt with black edging. That's something that we see a lot out of belts from Pioneer. PioneerLeathercraft.com or GeneralLeathercraft.com is Pioneer belts. You can get more information about them on their website. They are the maker of some of the best belts out there on the market, as well as other fitness apparel and gear. Titan's claim to fame is making custom belts for folks. So their Instagram is actually a really good follow because they'll post some of the special requests that people send in with their belts, and it's a lot of fun to see some of those special requests come through. Take the belt out to dinner, hug the belt, kiss the belt, make it feel loved, things like that. It's pretty fun. And Ghazi Gaber out of Jackson Township, New Jersey has a good lift. Up next is going to be Scarlett Scaletta out of Big Fork, Montana. Scott is a master lifter, weighing in at 193.6 pounds, attempting 385.8 pounds body weight.
118.5, it's a sub-master state record.
And he gets the squat command, squats down and stands back up. It looks strong enough. And technically that's a sound lift, so that's a good lift for Scott. He is on the board. Sean Handelman is up next. attempting the same weight out of Lake Elsmore, California, also a master lifter. And Sean's opening attempt at 3 to 5.8 pounds is a good lift. Two white lights makes a good lift. So Sean is on the board. Nikhil Kalurkar out of Seattle, Washington is up next. He's a Submaster lifter. This is going to be for a Washington Submaster 90 kilogram raw squat state record attempt. Nikhil is a Team Ironside lifter, dressed out in SBD gear. And he squats down, stands up with it. This is going to be a good lift for Nikhil. So guys, I want you to know that I placed my order with Kabuki Strength at 10:28 a.m. and at 10:58 a.m. I received shipping notifications. So in 30 minutes, my order from Kabuki Strength is being packaged up to get shipped out of Oregon to my house in Alabama. Up next is Kirk Wittenberg out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Kirk is a Submaster lifter, and he's attempting 485 pounds. That is going to be a good lift for Kirk. Next up is Achidi Indofuchu. I hope that's how you pronounce his name. If anybody in the chat knows something different, please let me know. Achidi is opening up with 496-pound squat, also a Submaster 90 kilogram lifter. Nikiti Ndiforchu. And he stands up with it. That is a good lift out of Achidi. We are back to the top of the order. Everyone in this flight is on the board. All openers were successful, so everybody is having a good start to their day. Coming up next is going to be Terrence Plotsky. I learned earlier this morning at breakfast that Terrence's nickname is Commando. Terrence Commando Plotsky. You can guess where that came from. Maybe he'll tell us that story too when he comes down over here after his deadlift attempts. All right, the platform's ready for Terrence. He's going up to a 159-pound squat at 189.8-pound body weight. Terrence told me this morning that the squat is his least, the lift he's the worst at. So he's on the board though, which is good. So you don't have to worry about not making the podium or being disqualified from the meet because his missed his openers. And he stands up with it. Looks good from here. The judges say that's going to be, unfortunately, no. Up next is going to be Dennis Garcia out of Phoenix, Arizona. A master lifter at 196 pounds is attempting 369.3-pound squat. And Dennis squats down and stands up with it. It looks strong enough. That is going to be 2 white lights. 2-1 means a good lift. And Jason Roberts is coming up next. Jason is coming to us out of Waipahu, Hawaii, attempting a 374.8-pound squat as a master lifter. So you notice that Jason is taking a very wide grip. Lifters are permitted to put their hands really anywhere on the bar they want in the squat, so long as that is no lift for Jason, so long as their hands are inside the collars. You're allowed to touch the inside of the collars, but you're not allowed to place your fingers over the collars, wrap them over the collars, if you will. And so for some lifters that don't quite have the shoulder mobility that we saw the last couple days out of some of these lighter lifters, that is the hand position of choice. Coming up next is Brian Hartman out of Eureka, California. And Brian gives us a grinder of a show. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is going to be 2 white lights for Brian, so that's a good lift for Brian. We've been at this now this will be our 4th day. And a lot of us on the staff, including yours truly, has been here all 4 days so far. Getting here at 8 o'clock in the morning to make sure everything's set up and ready for the lifters. And then sticking until we're all done. The awards are out until 6. And Ghazi Gaber gets his second squat attempt. Command from the head referee. That is going to be a no lift for Ghazi at 402.3 pounds. Sean Handelman's coming up next at the same weight out of Lake Elsmore, California. And last night we stuck around and filmed a training seminar with Kabuki Strength and Lord Elliott, the director of coaching certification for USPA. Sean gets the squat command. He squats down and stands back up with it. Yep. Let's see if the judges say it's a good lift. 2 to 1. 2 to 1. 2 to 1's a good lift. So one of the things that we're really taking advantage of today as far as the staff goes is the availability of Monster and Reign energy drinks. I'm getting an early start on a Reign energy drink, actually. Because we've had quite a few long days back to back to back. And hotel beds are novel, but they don't quite sleep as good as your bed at home. And Scott gets the squat command. He squats down and stands back up. Gets a full lockout. That is going to be no lift for Scott. Usually when we have white lights on the side like that, it means that the lifter did not go to full competition squat depth. And competition squat depth is where the top of the leg at the hip joint, the very top of that crease right there, is below the top of the knee. Anything above that is going to be no lift. All right, Nikhil's second attempt at 479.5 pounds. Looks strong enough from here. That's 3 white lights for Nikhil. He's having a chat with the referees about his wrist wraps. The lifter's wrist wraps are also not permitted to touch the bar. And that could be what Nikhil was getting information on. Kirk is up next, attempting 523 pounds. I think Kirk is going to be our first 500-pound squatter for the day. That is a good lift for Kirk. A little bit of confusion here at the scores table. See me get a little distracted. Lifter's coming up and letting us know that, or the scorers know that, he's attempting a record for his next lift. Lifters must notify the scores table or expediter. In this case, there's an expediter. Know that their next attempt is going to be for a record. Otherwise, we may not have the appropriate judges in the chair. And if the gear is not checked after the attempt, even if it's successful, if the gear is not checked, then the record won't stand. The attempt will be good for the meet, but the record itself will not stand. So a GD is a good lift at 500 pounds. Up next is going to be Terrence Plotsky. Terrence Commando Plotsky. And that's going to be a good lift for Terrence, it looks like. Oh, unfortunately, he's on the board, though. He's on the board, which is good. Jason Roberts is up next to attempt 385.8 pounds out of Waipahu, Hawaii. And Jason looks strong from here. The judges agree that's three wild lights for Jason. Brian Hartman at the same weight is coming up next. And that is going to be no lift. Just didn't have that final attempt in him. Up next is Dennis Garcia out of Phoenix, Arizona. Dennis gets set up. And there's his walkout. The squat command. Not quite in him today either. Coming up next is Ghazi Gaber. Ghazi is attempting a New Jersey state record. Ghazi is attempting a New Jersey state record of 402.3 pounds. All right, Ghazi walks up to the platform. He's repeating his second attempt. at 182 kilos, 402.3 pounds. And it's not quite there for Ghazi. He's on the board, though, so he's definitely still in the contest. Coming up next is Scott Sciaretta out of Bigfoot, Montana, attempting 407.9 pounds. Scott comes up to the platform, unracks the bar, gets the squat command, squats down and stands up with it. Let's see if the judges like this one. Through light lights for Scott. And Sean Handelman is up next. Sean's working on a perfect day, attempting a California state record of 413.4 pounds. And that's a good squat for Sean. 3 for 3 on the squats. That's a good day. Nikhil Kalurkar is also working on a perfect day, coming to us out of Seattle, Washington. A submaster lifter at 196.2 pounds, attempting a 501.5 pound squat. And the platform is ready for Nikhil. And Nikhil unracks the bar, walks it out. There's the squat command for Nikhil. And not quite there today. Chidi Indiforchu out of Los Angeles, California, the city of angels, is up next with a 534.6 pound squat attempt. This will be 3 for 3 for Achidi. They're getting the bar loaded for Achidi. And he unracks the bar, walks it out. Looks pretty strong. And no lift for Achidi. Just didn't quite have it in him today to get that. We are rolling right into Flight B. We're going to switch out the referees, switch out the staff. We're going to kick things off with Keith Bobrovsky out of Lancaster, California. Talk to you a little bit about one of our sponsors, Iron Rebel. You can get information about Iron Rebel at ironrebel.com. And they also have a booth here at the contest as well. So if you're here tomorrow, you can check out their stuff. And I purchased some elbow sleeves yesterday. There's a screen right over there. We're getting questions from handlers and athletes back behind us. I'm sitting right next to the scorer, so it's a question central over here. Anyway, Iron Rebel, their apparel and gear are not made to keep up with the latest trends. Instead, they're the very best in clothing. And the very best in clothing, gear, wrist straps, and compression sleeves. They are tested and made to last for intense gym goers. They support bodybuilders and powerlifters. Actually, that is going to be, it looks like a good lift for Keith. And it is. You can get more information about Iron Rebel at ironrebel.com. The owner is actually a bodybuilder himself. So I'm going to be joined here by Rick. Bring that chair up, Rick. I should have a chair right here. Evidently, somebody took it away. So we've been talking a lot about spotters and loaders and the things that they do, and Rick is competing tomorrow, but Rick is also used to be a member. You've graduated, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he used to be a member of the OU Powerlifting Club, and the OU Powerlifting Club in the Ohio area, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Kentucky area. We get out and as a group of folks, so from Max Jabbar, that's going to be no lift. That's usually an issue of depth. Went out and spot and load events, and some of the best spotters and loaders in the Midwest, actually. And the crew is doing a great job as well. I wanted to bring Rick over so we could talk a little bit about what spotters and loaders are doing on the platform and kinds of the things they're looking for. So tell us a little bit first. I need you to get it right by the microphone, Rick. Tell us a little bit first about how long you've been in the sport and what got you started on doing some spotting and loading, and what your club does there, and maybe the fundraisers that you guys do for that kind of stuff.
So I got into powerlifting about 2017, 2018, and how we started spotting and loading was just Chico reached out to Jack Music. He was the president before I was, and we just decided to go and spot and load for him because he said he'd pay us, and we wanted to make some money for the team. And we did such a good job. Chico just kept bringing us on, and the past 3 years we've just been doing it with Chico because we've done a good job, and I feel like we've made a good name for ourselves as a powerlifting team at Ohio University, and hopefully we can keep growing as the years go on. Even though I'm not there anymore, I know the team's in good hands with Zach being the president now and all that other stuff.
So that was actually a good lift for Isidoro Solis. Up next is going to be Zach Holton out of Plano, Texas, attempting 496 pounds for his squat. He gets the platform ready command, walking out to get up under the bar and attempt his squat. So when you're spotting and loading, specifically from like different positions, both the back and the side position. So let's talk about the back position first. So walk us through what the back spotter is doing right now for this lifter.
So right now the back spotter is just trying to make sure the bar and his hands are not like in the way, obviously, as he goes down. As the lifter comes up, you bring your hands back underneath him, whether it's under the chest or under the armpit, just so that way you can catch him if he ends up falling forward.
That's a good lift for Zach, 2-to-1. That's 2-to-1 is a good lift. Up next is going to be Cody Kidd, attempting 501 pounds. He's coming to us out of Virginia, Team RVA Powerlifting. And so the platform is ready for Cody, and he's going to be walking out to the platform. So when a lifter fails a lift as the back spotter, what's the next thing that you'll do?
Next thing that you do is you make sure you catch them and keep the chest upright, so that way they don't lose the bar going forward or going backward. You want to make sure that they're kept safe and they can just, stay with the bar, and so you can get it back into the rack safely so no one gets hurt.
Now, as the side spotter, we're doing things a little bit differently. You're at a different vantage point. You're seeing different stuff. So walk us through the side spotters right now, what they're doing and looking for.
So right now the side spotter is really just watching the bar as it goes down and up, making sure that it doesn't come back down onto themselves or the lifter. So you're trying to make sure the bar is caught in between right in between your elbow, and you catch it, hold it pretty good. And then, you got to make sure it stays in the rack, and so no one gets hurt. The main thing is just so no one gets hurt.
Yeah, and so you're helping to re-rack the bar as well, right? But you can't help the lifter off the pins, but you definitely help the lifter into the pins.
You can help them off the pins if they ask for it, but they have to ask for it. You can't obviously do it yourself. But
that's on the bench press only, though. In the rule book, you can't help them off with the squats.
I think we helped someone if like the rack heights were on, they wanted to just keep doing it, so we helped them out a little bit. But that was on the discretion of the judges who told us to do it. So
coming up next is going to be James Varner out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. He's attempting 534 pounds. By the way, that was a good squat for Zach. So James is up to the platform. James is a master lifter as well. He's getting braced up under the bar, getting set and ready to rock and roll. So when you take the bar from the lifter, what are you looking for once you take the bar from the lifter on the side as well?
What you're looking for is just to make sure you secure the weight first and then guide it back into the rack as safely as possible. Make sure the bar isn't going to fall backwards or fall forward. Make sure the back spotter isn't going to get hurt from that if they lose it. There have been times where someone passes out, and that time you just make sure the bar is not going to hurt anyone in the vicinity, or you try and get it into the bench pins if you can.
So that was a good lift for James. Up next is going to be David out of Portland, Oregon at 540 pounds. I've actually seen you spot someone before that did lose consciousness there on the squat. So I believe that was a female lifter that she lost consciousness on the squat, and you just you're a heavy lifter yourself, and so you just kind of front squatted her and that body weight with the help of the side spotter. So that was really interesting to watch, and she was safe and was able to go home and fight another day. So, so that particular incident right there was a great example of, as spotters, what we were looking for. So this lifter actually loses the belt. He's going to step off the platform, put that belt back on. Now, he could stay on the platform and adjust his belt if he wants to. That's the only piece of equipment that the lifter is permitted to adjust on the platform. And it looks like there might be a loading issue as well. So really quickly, let's talk about loading. So this is a good chance for us to talk about loading. Who on the platform is directing the loading, and what are you looking for when you load? Where do you get your information from, and things like that?
So usually everyone should be looking at the board and directing each other. So if you have 5 people on the platform for a bigger lift, everyone's talking, looking at the board, making sure everyone is like, hey, we have 4 reds, a 5 and a 2 like this person has. There's usually a big board, all color coordinated, very easy to follow if you're paying attention. The main thing is you pay attention and communicate with each other. That's how you can get really good at spine and load-in, is if you trust the people you're working with and if you can communicate really well.
Yeah. So David is a Team Ironside lifter. You see it on his singlet, and it looks like this is going to be a good attempt for David. Let's see what the judges say. That's going to be a delayed head referee call, but I feel like it's going to be a good lift. Yeah. So you're right. They're all color coordinated, and so if you're at a meet, you might hear those things called out, right? 4 reds, yellow, blue, and then everything below the yellow is by numbers, because sometimes those colors can change depending on the brand of the plates. Yeah, but we're using Ivanko plates here. By the way, IvankoBarbell.com since 1967. They've been provider of plates for calibrated plates for strength sports. So, is there any parting things you'd like to say to folks that are maybe thinking about getting to the sport and doing that give back? So, a lot of times spotters and loaders aren't compensated by meet directors. What can you talk to about getting involved in that if somebody wants to do those kinds of things to help out?
I'd say just do it, because if you're ever hesitant about getting into a meet, spine and loading is a good way to experience a meet without having to lift and having to pay an entry fee. You can see how a meet is run, you know how it goes. That way you're not going into a meet completely blindsided by, it's going to take 40 minutes to get through a flight. I don't know that. So that way you go in, you're not completely green to the whole lifting thing. It's that's what, I got thrown in pretty early into powerlifting, just kind of thrown into a meet that I wanted to do. But not everyone wants to do that. Some people are nervous. Some people want to get a certain total before they lift. I say just do it. If you're hesitant, maybe try and find a meet spot and load if you're really hesitant about it. But in my opinion, just go out and do a meet, because you never get your first meet back, and if you keep waiting, you're never going to do it. So
that's a really great point. We got a lot of people coming back into the Facebook group, the Facebook page for USPA, and their different state pages, posting what their numbers are and saying, "Am I good enough to compete?" And honestly, at a local meet level, there's no qualifications. It's basically run while you're brung. Everybody's good enough to compete, and nobody's going to look down on you if your numbers aren't what you think should be super big. Everybody's encouraging, and that's what we see here. So that's been your experience as well, right?
Yep. Every meet I've been to, everyone's been like really supportive and really making sure like they want to see you succeed. Everyone, like, you might be competing against people, but everyone wants to see you succeed. Everyone wants to see you do well, because at the end of the day, we're all lifters in this, and we all want to be hitting PRs. We all want to do well. No, we don't want to see anyone bomb out because they missed an attempt or they missed a rack command or something. We want everyone to do well. So even if you're hesitant, like thinking, oh, I'm not going to be able to compete, you're still competing with yourself, obviously, trying to better yourself. But everyone wants to see you succeed. So just keep grinding and keep going and keep wanting to do those meets.
Lots of good points there, Rick. Thanks for stopping by. We're going to take a little bit of a break between lifters. That was actually a good lift for John DiMunzio. And since there are only 9 lifters in this flight, we have a minute between the end of the flight and the start of the flight once the bar is loaded for Keith Bobrovsky. So thanks for stopping by, man. Good luck tomorrow. We're going to see you on the blue platform, right?
Blue platform, yep.
Yeah, so I'll be on the blue platform tomorrow, so I'm going to be there calling your lifts for the live stream. So tell your friends to hop on, and I'd love to interact with them in the chat as well. So it's good to see you, buddy.
Yep, nice to see you.
Yeah,
Thanks
take
for
it easy,
having
man.
me on.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to take that minute break now. I'm going to cut to a commercial really quickly so you guys can see some more information about our sponsors.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world.
Actually, take that back. We are not going to take that break. I'm sorry about that. So up next is Max Chabra. Max, unfortunately, does not get that lift, so you can go ahead and take control of the mouse again. Isidro Solis is up next, attempting 507 pounds. And the crowd cheers for Isidoro. That is a good lift. All right, next is going to be Cody Kidd. Cody's attempting 523.6 pounds. Cody out of Ruther Glen, Virginia. The 202-pound bodyweight lifter. We're looking at a 2.5 times bodyweight squat out of Cody. And from this vantage point, it looks good, but unfortunately, he's just not going to have it in him to be able to get that off of, be able to get that out of the hole. So that's a good job by the spotters and loaders. You saw what Rick talked about with spotting and loading. have a little bit of a technical question about a spotter maybe getting involved too early on that lift. So Zach Helton is going to get a chance to repeat his weight. The side spotter took the weight from him before the referee gave the command to pull the weight off of his back or pull him out of the hole. And so interference from the side spotter is the fault of the crew, not the lifter. So he is going to get a chance to reattempt that weight. He's going to get a chance to retake his second attempt. And while we're waiting for the things to get squared away, I'll tell you a little bit about another one of our sponsors, Lifting Large, liftinglarge.com. Their mission is to create a shopping experience for strength athletes globally that offers a large variety of training tools to help them excel, supplying only in-house tested products that they use in their own gym and in their training. Their vision is to be the leader in strength tools superstores focused on exceeding customer expectations before, during, and after the sale. They're driven by Iron athletes wanting to help other Iron athletes compete at a higher level. Another one of our sponsors that actually I'm actually wearing their shirt right now is Kind of Fit, Kind of Fat. The back of the shirt's really fun, so if you give me a second, I'll turn around and show you the back of the shirt. It's their taco design. I picked up one of their shirts yesterday on the live stream. KindofFit, It's a website. They also have a booth here. They're a community dedicated to those who love fitness and food. So Zach gets the squat command. Squats down, he stands back up. And let's see what the judges say about that. And that is going to be a good lift for Zach. If I can... Yeah. Thank you. So up next is going to be James Varner out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. James is attempting 551 pounds. Getting on the bar, getting all locked in. There's a squat command for James. And he looks strong enough. Might have been a tad bit high. Let's see what the judges say. Up. That is 2 red lights for James. Up next is Albert Bartolome, coming up out of San Francisco, South San Francisco, California. Albert is looking to get on the board with a state record attempt, a California state record attempt at 556.7 pounds. Missed his opening attempt. See if he gets his second attempt. And that is going to be good lift for Albert. He corrected his issues from last time and is definitely on the board now. Up next is David Sugarick, coming up out of Portland, Oregon. David is attempting 573 pounds. And David is getting wedged up under the bar. David's a Team Ironside lifter out of Portland, Oregon. And that's a good fight out of David. The judges say it's 3 white lights. So coming up next to close out the flight is going to be a repeat for a lifter that had the bar touched by the spotters and loaders. This is going to be after Josh D'Annunzio. Josh out of Scranton, Pennsylvania. It's going to be our first 600-pound squat of the day. And that's quite the fight. That's a good lift for Josh. Keith Bobrovsky.
Which was the guy that had the bar taken from him? Yeah, that's repeating his attempt because the bar was touched. He's not going to repeat the flight.
Yeah, Cody actually elected not to repeat his attempt because the spotters and loaders touched it. He's just going to go in the flight as he should be. And we're going to roll right into and that is going to be a good lift for Keith. So I'm actually a little off-screen chat there with George, national referee George Shapiro. Max Chabara, let's see if Max gets on the board with this. Yes, so Max is in the meet. He needed that lift to stay in the meet. And Cody Kidd is up next. If you remember, Cody was the lifter on the last round. He had the spotter touch the bar before he was ready. So it was no lift. He was offered the opportunity to repeat his second attempt. He decided not to, just to go right into thirds. So here we are with a 523.6-pound squat attempt out of Cody. And unfortunately, Cody does not have that in him. So the decision not to repeat that second attempt may come back to bite Cody there when it comes to the final scoring for the event. Up next is Isidro Solis. And so now Isidro Solis is up next. Sid Solis, right? See in the chat, we're calling him Sid. Sid has quite the crew here cheering him on today. And definitely looks strong enough. The judges say it's 2-1. That's a good lift. Up next is Zach Helton. Zach attempting 540 pounds. Zach is working on a perfect day out of Plano, Texas, with a 540-pound squat. And he definitely looks strong enough. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is going to be 2 white lights, 2-1 is a good lift. James Varner coming up to reattempt his second attempt at 250 kilos. That's 551.2 pounds. And it looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. And he corrected his issue from before. 2-1, that's a good lift. Two white lights is a good lift. David Sugarick is working on a perfect day out of Portland, Oregon, with a 595.2 pound squat. And David gets all braced in. He's a Team Ironside lifter. There's a squat command for David. Oh, unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for David. Once you start to see the lifter pitch forward there a little bit, this issue of the glutes and the hamstrings not quite being strong enough to get up out of that position. So the quads push the lifter back, push the lifter's hips back, and then if the back and core give way, then you'll see actually the hips begin to rise before the bar does, causing the lifter to pitch forward. Usually that's a telltale sign the lifter is going to miss that lift. Every now and then you'll see lifter can power through it, but more often than not, the lifter is going to miss the lift once that starts to happen. Up next is Albert Bartolome attempting the same way. This is going to be a California state record. He's coming to us out of South San Francisco, California. I'm getting a kick out of my colleague here, George, from North Carolina, hanging out. Georgie Porgy, called you Georgie Porgy. You don't have quite the fan base here today, George. That is a good lift. Yeah. Up next is going to be Josh D'Annunzio, coming in at 611 pounds. Josh was successful at his previous squat, just over 6. He's taking a 5-kilo jump. And the platform is ready for Josh.
I know everybody wants to see my face instead of yours.
It's the taco shirt. It's the taco shirt. And unfortunately, Josh does not have that in him today.
Oh, hey, they're back there. There should be conversion charts hanging out back there, loading charts back there.
We're going to roll right into Flight C. Ken Jones is going to be opening up Flight C. He's a master lifter at 100 kilograms, coming to us out of Livingston, Alabama. This is going to be a national record attempt for Ken. And we're getting our judges into place. So, hey, George, did I tell you that I ordered some Kabuki bars this morning? For me, I ordered a Transformer bar, a Cadillac bar, and a Deadlift bar. I got shipping notifications in half an hour after placing my order. Charlie's on top of it. We'll have a little side conversation here about Kabuki Strength. By the way, KabukiStrength.net, store.KabukiStrength.net. They also have a booth here on site. I went up to the booth yesterday and placed an order or this morning actually, because I got the email last night that they were having a blemish sale. Blemish bars are just as good as regular bars. In fact, a regular bar will be blemished the first time you load it anyway, so I might as well go ahead and buy a blemish bar and get 10% off. And those items don't last very long when they come in, so I was able to go up and see Charlie and Kyle over at the Kabuki booth and get an order placed today. So Ken makes that look easy, but unfortunately, I don't believe that Ken, that's definitely, Ken was high on that. You can see it from here. Derek Sherlock is up next, coming to us out of Fort Collins, Colorado. And I hung out last night too, George, and got the lowdown on a brand new training and coaching certification initiative that USPA and Kabuki are putting together. It's going to be a pretty good thing. So Yeah, we're all a little tired, but I got a lot of information out of it. And the USPA is going to be launching that. So basically going to be a level 2 coaching certification incorporating some of the Kabuki movement systems, philosophies, and modalities in the training program. And Derek posts a successful squat. You'll see Derek today who's wearing a mask when he is not lifting. Athletes are permitted to wear masks while they're lifting or to lower them to get air while they're lifting. USPA changed the rules when we came back from COVID to permit that as part of the lifting costume. It is optional, but not required. And it's only really required depending on the location, the venue, and the state that the meet happens to be in. California recently lifted all of their restrictions, and so that is optional for us. You'll see I'm not wearing one, and I think I've maybe counted 3 people in the past 4 days at the venue that are wearing masks. Marco Cadava is up next. Marco's coming in as a master lifter. He's going to attempt at 402.3 pounds. He is a team deadweight strength athlete out of Spring Valley, California. And Marco is wearing an Iron Rebel singlet. He's a a classic raw lifter. Classic raw, by the way, is just like raw, except you've added the optional wrist knee wraps. And that's going to be a good lift for Marco. 2-1. Jensen Monterey is up next, attempting the same weight. Also a master lifter.
Corey Huckenberry wants a lower rack height to 17.
Jensen unracks the bar, walks it out, gets the squat command from the head referee. And he stands back up with it. That's going to be 3 white lights for Jensen. You'll notice the referee is, in addition to giving the vocal commands, is calling moving hands. So during the squat, when a platform is called ready, the head referee raises the arm in the air until the lifter gets out of the platform, gets set up, and then gives the referee gives the squat command. And once the squat command is given, that is a single motion down with the hand. Coming up next is Rudy Kadlub. He's attempting 402.3 pounds. He's out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. He's a Kabuki Strength team athlete. You'll see Rudy behind him has Kyle Kabuki, or Kyle Young. His Instagram handle is Kyle Kabuki. At 72 years old, a 402-pound squat is really big. And that was really fast. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's going to be 2 white lights. 2 white lights. He is on the board. Coming up next on the red platform is Kevin Canant. Kevin is a master lifter attempting 407.9 pound squat out of Elk Grove, California. And that is a good lift for Kevin. 3 white lights. Cody Hopert is up next out of Missoula, Montana. He's a Team Beast Athletes competitor, attempting 474 pounds for his opening squat. This is a nearly 2.5 times body weight opener. Very strong lift. And stands up with it. The judges, that's 3 white lights for Cody. Up next out of Kalispell, Montana, also a Team Beast Athletes competitor, is Trevin Cohen, attempting 485 pounds. And the platform is ready for Trevor. Trevor gets braced up under the bar. There's the squat command for Trevor. He squats down. Stands back up. He powers through it. Shook his head no there, but it looks like it's a good lift. That's a good lift. So Trevor is one of those lifters that definitely has the strong back and a strong core. He's able to rescue that power through that squat, even though it looks like the glutes and the hamstrings didn't quite turn on for him. Brought the hips back. We talked about that earlier on the last flight. That is going to be a good lift for Brandon. 2 white lights is a good lift. Brandon's attempt at 220 kilos, that was the same weight as Trevor. Up next is Phil Sawicki out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, squatting 4 red plates. He's going to be the first 500-pound squatter of this flight. And Phil squats down and stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say about that. It's going to be 3 white lights for Phil. Up next is Corey Hockenberry attempting the same weight. Corey is out of Lakeside, Pennsylvania, the Power Build Gym. Corey is just aged into the open division. That is a clean-looking squat from Corey. Guys, that's actually what a great squat looks like, and that is 3 white lights. The judges agree with that one. Up next is Skip Jones at the same weight out of St. Louis, Missouri. All of these lifters are competing the same weight, so really it's just a matter of swapping out the rack heights to get that lifter accommodated. And Skip squats down and stands up with it. It looks strong from here. The judges say it's 3 white lights for Skip. Up next is going to be Kevin Anderson out of Palestine, Texas, coming in at 584.2 pounds. Getting the bar loaded, all the plates on there for Kevin.
What do you have for Brandon?
Kevin adjusts his knee sleeves over there on the side. And here we go.
Good morning, sir.
There's a squat coming in for Kevin. He stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say. It's going to be 2 white lights. 2-1. There's a good lift. Kwasi Mpunsa out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is a Power Build Gym team member, attempting the same weight. Kwasi has a crew here, so maybe I'll reach out to those guys and make sure I get his name pronunciation correct. And Kwasi puts on a smoke show. You blink, you miss that. That's 3 white lights for Kwasi. Up next is Jordan Pleva, squatting 5 red plates. Jordan is going to be our first 600-pound squatter of the day, coming to us out of Phoenix City, Alabama. Platform is ready for Jordan. Jordan coming in at 195 pounds, attempting a 617-pound squat opener. Guys, that is a 3 times body weight squat opener as a raw lifter. Darn strong squat here. And that looks good from here. The judges say it's 3 white lights for Jordan. Jordan is going to be a fun show today. we are back to the top of the order now with Ken Jones coming in, attempting a national record. This is a Masters single ply national record squat attempt. And there's the squat command for Ken. And he makes it look easy. Let's see if he corrected that technical issue from last time. Unfortunately, no. So we're not getting low enough. Ken's not getting down to squat depth. So he's not happy about that. You can see his face over here. And hopefully he's able to correct that for his next lift, because if not, he won't be in the meet anymore. At least not the full power meet. And he'll be lifting as a guest lifter for the rest of the day. Up next is going to be Derek Sherlock out of Fort Collins, Colorado. Derek is attempting 363.8 pounds. And Derek gives a pause at the bottom there to let us know he's all hit depth. Unfortunately, the judges didn't see it that way. Up next is Jensen Monterey attempting a state record as a master raw lifter in the 90 kilogram weight class. This is going to be a 418.9 pound squat at 194 pounds body weight. Double body weight squats for lifters in this age category as a raw lifter is something to behold. I'm joined by a new national referee who has some questions about what I've got going on here, so I'm trying to show her some information. This is the sheet that I use to read about sponsors. Yeah. So to help fill time. Jensen Monterey gets the squat command. And that is a good lift. Up next is Marco Cadava. Marco is a team deadweight strength athlete out of Spring Valley, California. He's attempting 429.9 pounds at 212 pounds body weight. And Marco gets the bar off of the hooks. Walks it out. Gets set up. There's a squat command from Marco. And unfortunately, we didn't quite get depth there. Marco cut that a little high. Up next is Rudy Kadlub. I'm going to get a correct pronunciation on his name from Kyle a little bit later. He's a Kabuki Strength team member. He's actually the owner of Kabuki Strength out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. This is a world record attempt out of Rudy. At 72 years young, squatting 429 pounds at 216 pounds body weight. And he makes easy work out of that Oh, unfortunately, not quite mobile enough. Cut that a little bit high. And he and Kyle are going to go back into the warm-up area and make the necessary corrections so that Rudy's able to get that world record on his next lift. Kevin Canant out of Elk Grove, California is coming up next at 440 pounds. Guys, I want to point out to you the integrity. This is a good opportunity for us to point out the integrity that a lot of us staff members here at the USPA have. Kabuki has been a longtime sponsor of USPA, several meets all across the country, and is a sponsor of this particular meet as well. And Rudy is the owner of Kabuki Strength, yet Rudy has not just gifted his squat world record. He's going to come back on his next attempt and definitely post up a good number. He looks strong enough. We just got to get down there in the hole. Kevin Canant is coming up at 440.9 pounds out of Elk Grove, California. And the judges say that's going to be no lift for Kevin either. We're getting to the weights now where a lot of these lifters may not have had this on their back in a while, and so they're getting in their heads and not able to get down to legal squat depth. And the platform is ready for Cody. Cody's a Team Beast athlete out of Missoula, Montana. Successful 215-pound squat opener. It was a smoke show, actually. And he gets the squat command. Squats down. This is going to be a little bit of a struggle for Cody. Not quite there. That 10-kilo jump may have just been a little bit too much for Cody. Trevor Cohn is up next. Also a Team Beast athlete, competitor. Coming into us out of Kalispell, Montana. Attempting a 507.1-pound squat at 193.1 pounds body weight. There's a squat command for Trevor, and not in him today. Coming up next is Corey Hockenberry out of Lakeside, PA. He's a Power Build Gym team member. Corey, by the way, is as young as you can be and not be a junior lifter anymore at 24 years old. 195 pounds body weight, squatting at 534 pounds. Corey stays healthy, he's going to have a solid future ahead of him. Platform is ready for Corey. He's getting braced up under the bar. There's the walkout. And the squat command. Man, this guy's got some good-looking squats. Hey, Georgie? That's a good-looking squat. No, this guy. No! Oh, no, that's not a good-looking squat. Yeah, I thought it looked all right. But coming from this vantage point, guys, we're not seeing what the judges are seeing, and maybe he got called on something other than depth. I'm not really sure. I was just so excited that technically his squat looks really good, but I guess maybe from the vantage point the judges are at, they didn't see it the same way. Brandon Sales is up next out of Carbondale, Pennsylvania, attempting the same weight, 534.6 pounds. Also a younger open lifter at 26 years old. Also no lift for Brandon. Yeah, so second attempts on squats are not quite going the way that a lot of people wish they would. We've only had one successful second attempt so far. Phil Sawicki is up next, attempting 540 pounds out of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia. I remember when Dale Murphy got traded to Philadelphia from Atlanta, the press conference. That is a good lift for Phil. I was a kid watching Dale Murphy grow up play baseball in Atlanta with my dad. Never thought I would see a grown man cry on TV, but Dale loved the city of Atlanta and was sad to leave. Philadelphia is a nice city. I think that's the home of Mike Israetel. He's out in Las Vegas now, though, Mike is. The RP Strength crew. Nick Shaw and all those guys. Nick and Lori Shaw. Lori Shaw's story, by the way, is a really great story. Skip Jones is up next. He's attempting 545.6 pounds and not quite there for Skip. That's a good save by the spotters and loaders. You can see that back spotter did pretty much everything that Rick talked about when he was here, as what did the side spotter. So good work for those guys. Kwasi Amponsa is up next, also out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He's a Power Build gym team member, attempting 617.3 pounds. The platform is ready for Kwasi. And he squats down and stands up with it. That was a really fast squat. If you blinked, you missed it. Let's see what the judges say about it, though. Technically, that is a good lift. 2-to-1 is a good lift. Looks like Kwasi or his coach going to walk up to the head referee there and get some feedback on why he missed. Got red lighted on that. And Kevin Anderson is up next out of Palestine, Texas. 622.8 pounds for his second attempt. That is going to be a good lift for Kevin. And we're wrapping this round up with Jordan Pleva out of Phoenix City, Alabama. Jordan is attempting 650 pound squat at 195 pounds body weight. Over 3 times his body weight on his back. Imagine that. Imagine putting 3 of you on your back and then squatting down standing back up with it. And here we go for Jordan. Platform's ready. He's taking his time getting set up. Still got 30 seconds on the clock. There's the unrack. And the squat command. Man, oh man, that was fast. Let's see the judges say, yep, 3 red lights for Jordan. And we're back to the top of the order with Ken Jones attempting a national record. Guys, Ken has failed this squat twice leading up to this attempt. He's coming to us out of Livingston, Alabama. Ken is a single-ply lifter and unfortunately has not been able to get deep enough in the squat to get 3 white lights, to earn 3 white lights. Let's see if he's able to get that on this squat. So the platform is ready for Ken. He's getting himself hyped up as he comes up to the platform. At 65 years old, a 308-pound squat is a pretty good squat. I'm hopeful he's able to get it this time so he stays in the meet. And the crowd gets behind Ken, cheering him on. Oh, that looks good this time. Let's see what the judges say. Crossing the fingers. Yes, 2-1. Ken is in the meet, and he secured the national record. Get his gear checked. Coming up next is Derek Sherlock out of Fort Collins, Colorado, attempting a Colorado state record as a master classic raw lifter, coming in at 363.8 pounds. We're getting the bar loaded for Derek to attempt this state record. And there's the unrack and the walkout. The squat command for Derek. And Derek gave us a little bit of a scare there. He's going to get no lift for that. Looked like he might have double bounced down there in the hole. Jensen Monterey is up next, attempting a state record as a master raw lifter in the 90-kilogram weight class. Jensen's already asking about 4th attempts, but he's got to get this 3rd attempt first before a 4th attempt will be granted to him. So lifters are permitted to take 4th attempts to break a record if their 3rd attempt was successful. That does not count towards the meet total, only towards the record. So Jensen gets the squat command. There's the breath and the brace. Squats down. Stands up with it. Let's see if the judge says it's a technically good lift. Unfortunately, no. No lift for Jensen, and he won't be able to make that 4th attempt. Rudy Kadlub is up next. Rudy is attempting that world record. He's going to repeat his second attempt at 195 kilos. A classic raw lifter. Rudy is the owner of Kabuki Strength, actually being coached and handled by Kyle Young, on Instagram, Kyle Kabuki. Rudy is the second of the Kabuki Strength staff members to compete today, or compete this week. There's a squat command for Rudy. And let's see what the judges say. That is 2 highlights. Rudy gets the world record squat. The next 6 lifters all missed their second attempts. They're all on the board. We don't have any lifters who are not on the board in this flight. But we do have a lot of missed second attempts, so hopefully we're able to get things dialed in. And Kevin Canant is taking 440.9 pounds. Let's see if he gets it this time. Yes, that is a good lift for Kevin out of Elk Grove, California. Up next is Marco Cadava, attempting 451.9 pounds. Marco's a classic raw lifter in the 100 kilogram weight class, Masters age division. This is a world record attempt for Marco. He is a team deadlift strength athlete. And Marco walks the bar off out of the rack. There's a squat command for Marco. And he stands up with it. He likes it. Got a big girl. Unfortunately, the judges do not. And it's going to be no lift for Marco. Cody Hopert out of Missoula, Montana is up next. He's a Team Beast Athletes competitor as well, attempting 496 pounds. And there is a squat command for Cody. Unfortunately, Cody was not able to get that up out of the hole. Just didn't have it in him today. Trevor Cohn is up next, also out of Montana as a Team Beast Athletes competitor, taking 4 red plates at 507.1 pounds. And here comes Trevor to the platform. Trevor is also repeating his second attempt. Not quite there for Cody. I'm sorry, Trevor. Brandon Sales is up next out of Carbondale, Pennsylvania, attempting 534.6 pounds at 196 pounds body weight. Also repeating his second attempt. And Brandon is getting set up, unracks the weight. There's his walkout. And stands up with it. The judges say that is going to be no lift for Brandon. It definitely looked high from this vantage point as well. So Skip Jones is coming up next at 545.6 pounds out of St. Louis, Missouri. And Skip gets the squat command, squats down and stands up with it. Yep, he stands up with it. Let's see if the judges like that lift technically. That is going to be a good lift for Skip. Phil Sawicki is up next, attempting a state record out of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, as an open, raw 90-kilogram lifter. And Phil stands up with it. Let's see if it's technically, yep, 3 white lights for Phil. That's a new Pennsylvania state record. Corey Hockenberry is up next out of Lakeside, Pennsylvania. He's a Power Build Gym team member. And we might just have another lifter make a successful attempt but have his record stripped because gear was not checked. We had one of those on the third day. A lifter got a successful, second day, I can't remember now. It's all kind of blurring up. Where a lifter got a successful squat attempt, but unfortunately didn't get the gear checked and got their record stripped. And he is good. Corey Hockenberry is up next with a 562.2 pound squat out of Lakeside, Pennsylvania. Good lift for Corey. Kwasi Ampunsa is up next out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He's a Power Build Gym team member, coming in at 644.8 pounds. Kwasi's coming up with a 644-pound third squat attempt. These last 3 lifters all got their second attempts and are lining up to be quite the show in the 90-kilogram weight class on flight on the red platform. Only 2.5 kilos separate Kwasi and Kevin. And Kevin's attempt is we're waiting on that side referee, having a little bit of consultation with the head ref. That's going to be a good lift.
He had a question.
So after that consultation, that's definitely a good lift for a good lift. Up next is going to be Kevin Anderson. Kevin Anderson is coming up next out of Palestine, Texas, attempting 661.4 pounds. The platform is ready for Kevin. Kevin's getting his head right. And Kevin gets ready to get up under the bar, gets his brace setting up. This is quite the suspense. The crowd has gone quiet. There's the walkout, the squat command. And nope, not in the tank for Kevin today. Jordan Pleva out of Phoenix City, Alabama, is going to be attempting 672 pound. And nearly 3.5 times his body weight. This is a super strong squat. You see a lot of lifters at this number, even in the open division, setting state records. Some states have been in the game a little bit longer and have some really strong numbers posted, and some states a little bit new to the game and are just now growing into the sport. Alabama happens to be one of those that's been around for a while, has some really strong numbers for state records. And Jordan, the crowd's getting behind Jordan thanks to the back spotter there, getting people motivated. There's the walkout for Jordan, the squat command. And unfortunately, not in the tank for Jordan today. Solid effort. We're going to roll right into flight D squats. Kicking things off is going to be Jimmy Smith, a master raw lifter in the 100 kilogram weight class, attempting 220 pounds at 207 pounds body weight. He is out of Ozark, Alabama. Lots of Alabama lifters today. I'm new to the state, so a lot of these folks I haven't quite met just yet. Hopefully I'll get a chance to meet them today during the break. We're swapping out referees, giving referees a chance to stretch their legs and get moving around there. And while we're getting those referees swapped out, we'll talk to you a little bit about, this is a tested meet, so athletes have to be certain that they're using supplements that won't get them flagged on a drug test. And Granite Supplements is one of those companies. You can find information on them online at granitesupplements.com. They also have a booth here. They're providing pre-workout and aminos for the athletes competing today. Granite Supplements was developed to bring athletes better ingredients, formulas, and outcomes. People should know exactly what they're taking, so they dedicate themselves to producing quality products and delivering them with transparency. That is granitesupplements.com. So Jimmy needed the uprights brought in for him. He's going to take a wider grip. And there's Jimmy's walk. That is a super fast walkout. And let's see what the judges say about that. That is going to be no lift for Kevin. Not quite sure why that was no lift for Kevin. He's getting some equipment adjustment over there with the expediter, getting some help, getting stuff squared away. Up next is going to be Kevin Crosby. I'm sorry, that was Jimmy Smith. Up next is going to be Kevin Crosby out of Germantown, Tennessee. I, by the way, am a Tennessee native. Grew up in a little town called Smyrna, Tennessee. That's just southeast of Nashville by about half an hour. Germantown is north of Memphis, so Kevin coming to us from just north of Memphis, Tennessee. Unfortunately, that is going to be no lift for Kevin. John Ozerovich out of Mission Vale, California, attempting a Masters Raw 100 kilogram California state record squat. John unracks the bar and walks out his squat. There's a squat command for John. And he stands up with it. Let's see if the judges think that's a technically sound lift. That's going to be a good lift for John. Parker Young is up next out of Tucson, Arizona, attempting a 418.9 pound squat. I think Parker is our first open lifter of the flight. All the other lifters in this flight were masters lifters. Coming in with an opener at just under double body weight. Oh, he makes easy work of that. Unfortunately, lost his balance there and moved his foot in the squat. You can see that he knew exactly he was going to get red lights on that. So the lifters have to maintain solid foot for the entire lift until the rack command is given. And then once the rack command is given, the lifter steps into the rack. So from the time the squat command is given until the rack command is given, the lifter's feet cannot move. It's permissible for the lifter to rock forward or backwards on the feet, but the feet cannot move from their position on the platform. Up next is Tyler Kroll. Tyler is one of our taller athletes with a 20 feet rack height, coming into us out of Clearwater, Minnesota. This is going to be for a state record as an open, raw 100 kilogram squatter. There's the squat command for Tyler. And the judges are going to say that is a good lift. Tyler's in the books and owns the Minnesota state record. He's going to be asking for his rack height to come down, it looks like. Gregory Diaz is up next out of Tustin, California. He's attempting 507 pounds. So we are in the 2.5 times body weight squat range. There's a squat command for Gregory. And the rack command, let's see what the judges say about it. Looks plain deep from here. That's 3 white lights for Gregory. Up next is Bradley Baird out of Palm Desert, California, attempting 523.6 pounds. And Bradley comes up to the platform. There is his walkout. He gets the squat command. And it looks good from here. The judges agree that it's 3 white lights for Bradley. Up next is Jaquez Tigner out of San Diego, California. He is a deadweight strength team member, attempting 523.6 pounds. That's the same weight as Bradley. Jaquez Tigner walks the bar out, gets the squat command from George. And that looks like a good squat from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. It's going to be 3 white lights for James, or Jaquez. Up next is Tanner Owings out of Dana Point, California, attempting 529.1 pounds. Tanner Owings is up out of Dana Point, California, attempting 529.1 pounds. There's the squat command, and Tanner gets the rack command. That's going to be 3 white lights for Tanner. Up next is Robert Howell out of Fresno, California, attempting 534.6 pounds. Robert gets the squat command from George. Squats down and stands up with it. Let's see if that's a good lift. And no lift for Robert. Up next is Daniel Guardado out of Redding, California. 562.2 pounds on the bar for Daniel. He's getting set up over there in the staging area. The platform is ready for Daniel. Daniel comes to the platform with his handler to get squared up on the bar. There's a squat command for Daniel. Daniel squats down, stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is 3 white lights for Daniel. Tracy Curry out of Memphis, Tennessee is up next, attempting a 567.7 pound squat at 218 pounds body weight, approaching that 3 body weight area. All right, Tracy walks up to the bar and gets braced up underneath it. You can see him locking his lats back, pulling those shoulders back. Walks it out. Gets the squat command. And that looks good from here. The judges say it's a good lift. That's 3 white lights. Jason Zecchini is up next out of Dickinson, North Dakota. He's a Team North Dakota athlete, attempting 584.2 pounds. And Jason unracks the bar, the walkout. There is the squat command. Squats down, stands up with it. His handler likes it. You can hear him calling out, "Yes, sir," from over there on the pit. Yep, that's 3 white lights for Jason. Good lift. And we are back to the top of the order with Jimmy Smith out of Ozark, Alabama. Jimmy, by the way, missed his opening attempt. The platform is ready for Jimmy. And Jimmy unracks the bar, takes his walk out. There's a squat command for Jimmy. Squats down and stands up. You need to not blink, you'll miss that one. That's also no lift for Jimmy. It looks like Jimmy is not quite getting down low enough into the hole. He's not able to squat down there to get depth. He's getting that information from one of the side referees, side judges. Kevin Crosby out of Germantown, Tennessee is up next. Kevin also missed his opener. And we're getting the bar set up for Kevin. Bring those uprights back out for Kevin. Platform is ready for Kevin. Kevin comes up to the bar. There's a squat command for Kevin. He squats down and stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's going to be no lift again for Kevin. Looks like we're having a little bit of a problem with these master lifters in Flight D hitting depth. John Ozerovich is up next out of Mission Vallejo, California, attempting a Masters 1 kilogram raw state record squat. And John gets set up under the bar. There's the squat command for John. He squats down and stands up with it. And that was quite a fight from John. The judges, unfortunately, that is no lift for John. White lights all around. Red lights all around for John there. Not white. If they were white, that'd be a good lift. Tyler Kroll is up next. Tyler's attempting an open 100 kilogram Minnesota state record squat. Platform is ready for Tyler. Tyler lowered his rack from 23 to 21. Still the highest rack out of Flight D, though. There's a squat command for Tyler. And he likes it. Let's see what the judges say. That's a good lift for Tyler. That's a new Minnesota state record. Parker Young out of Tucson, Arizona is attempting the same weight. Parker walks the bar out. He's looking to get on the board with this squat. And let's see what the judges say about this. That's going to be a good lift for Parker. He's on the board. Gregory Diaz is up next, attempting 523 pounds out of Tustin, California. The blue platform is ready for Gregory. Sorry, red platform. We're on the red platform. Is ready for Gregory. And Gregory walks the bar out. Gets the squat command. Quite the fight out of Gregory. The judges say it's a good lift. Robert Howell is up next. He is repeating his opening attempt at 534.6 pounds out of Fresno, California. He wasn't able to get that opening attempt there, so he's hoping to get on the board here. Getting a little bit of a stretch there. All right, here comes Robert Howell. Robert gets the squat command. And here comes the rack. It looks like Robert is also not going to earn white lights on that lift. Still a little bit on the high side there. Bradley Baird out of Palm Desert, California is up next at 545.6 pounds. The platform is ready for Bradley. And Bradley unracks the bar, walks it out. There's a squat command from George. And he stands up with it, strong enough to stand up with it. Let's see what they're to say. That's 3 white lights for Bradley. That's a good lift. At the same weight is Jaquez Tigner. Platform is ready for Jaquez. He is a team deadweight strength athlete. There is a squat command for Jaquez. Squats down and stands up with it. It's a little bit of a struggle for him, but he doesn't show any signs of weakness. That is 3 white lights for Jaquez, a good lift. Up next is Tanner Owings out of Dana Point, California, attempting 573.2 pounds. Tanner gets the squat command. Looks strong enough from here. The judges say it's 3 white lights for Tanner. It's a good lift. And Daniel Guardado is up next out of Redding, California. Daniel's attempting 595.2 pounds. Daniel at 219 pounds is eerily close to that 3 times body weight squat. And gets a setup from his handler. There's the squat command. Squats down. Stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say about that. And 2 white lights is a good lift. Tracy Curry is up next, attempting 272.5 kilos for 600.8 pounds out of Memphis, Tennessee. And getting the bar squared away on the rack for Tracy. Platform's ready for Tracy. There's the walkout from Tracy, the squat command from George. And Tracy makes that look easy. 3 white lights is a good lift for Tracy. Up next is Jason Zacchini, attempting a North Dakota state record at 617.3 pounds. This is an open 100 kilogram weight class North Dakota state record squat attempt out of Jason. And it will be right back to the top of the order. We have 3 lifters in this flight who are at risk of being disqualified from the event if they do not get their 3rd attempts. And there's the walkout from Jason, the squat command from George. And Jason makes it look really easy. That is a good lift for Jason. Now, Jason can also take a 4th attempt. It looks like that's what he and his coach are electing to do. Oh, correction. They're putting in his 3rd attempt. We are just now kicking off 3rd attempts in Flight D. Jason will be attempting a higher weight for his next squat. His gear is good, so that record stands. Getting the bar loaded for Jimmy. Jimmy needs this squat to stay in the meet. Bringing the uprights in for Jimmy. All right, Jimmy needs this squat to stay in the meet. The crowd is getting behind Jimmy. There's the walkout from Jimmy. And unfortunately, Jimmy loses his balance in the hole and has to be bailed out by the spotters and loaders. That's a good job by the spotters and loaders. Jimmy, unfortunately, does not stay in the meet. He'll be lifting from here on out as a guest lifter. And any records he was planning to break, unfortunately, will not fall today. And Kevin unracks the bar. There's his walkout. Gets set. The squat command from George. All right. I got my fingers crossed for Kevin. That looks good from here. That's 3 round lights. Kevin is on the board. Kevin stays in the meet. Coming up next is John Ozerovich, attempting a master raw California state record squat in the 100 kilogram weight class. He was successful in his opener at 137.5 kilos, took a 5 kilo jump and missed his second attempt. Let's see where he's at for his third and final attempt here. Everybody else except for one lifter is on the board in Flight D. So John unracks the bar. Very deliberate walkout. And he gets set. He looks strong enough from here. The judges say it's going to be 2 white lights. 2-1 is a good lift. That's a new state record. Up next is Tyler Kroll out of Clearwater, Minnesota, attempting an open 100 kilogram raw Minnesota state record squat. Tyler's also working on a perfect day. By the way, this is Tyler's state record. He already owns this record. There is the start command for Tyler. And he powers through it. Let's see if he got that on depth. That's a good lift for Tyler. I see somebody is giving away a sandwich. And not bringing me a sandwich. That's a very unfortunate scenario. Up next is Parker Young. Parker's the same way out of Tucson, Arizona, 451.9 pounds. Parker missed his opener, got his second attempt. Definitely sinks that one, but unfortunately not strong enough to stand up with it. And Robert Howell is our next lifter. Robert out of Fresno, California, missed his first 2 attempts. Robert needs this squat to stay in the meet. So I'm going to be watching Robert pretty closely here to make sure that he can stay in the meet with this squat. Robert is strong enough, but has had a problem with depth on his first 2 attempts. Let's see where he's at for this last one. And hopefully he corrected those issues and gets on the board, and the judges agreed 3 white lights. Robert is on the board. And all of the other lifters in his flight are on the board and are working on perfect days. Gregory Diaz out of Tustin, California is up next, attempting a 540.1 pound squat. There's the squat command for Gregory. And not in the tank today. It's going to be no lift for Gregory. Let's see if he's okay. Yep, he's all right. Bradley Baird coming up next out of Palm Desert, California. Loading 551.2 pounds on a bar for Bradley. Getting those Ivanko plates loaded on the bar for Bradley. Ivanko, barbell.com, since 1967 has been, their goal has been to introduce innovation to the industry and perfect existing techniques. And Bradley's looking to go 3 for 3 on squats today. I definitely feel like he's strong enough for this. Let's see if he gets it. And quite the grinder out of Bradley. Let's see what the judges say on that one. 3 white lights. Up next is Jaquise Tigner. Jaquise coming to us out of San Diego, California. He's a deadweight strength team member, attempting 567.7 pounds. The platform is ready for Jaquise. He's getting set up. Unracks the bar. There's his walkout and the squat command from George. And doesn't look like he's going to get that today. Jaquise will live to fight another day and try that again. Up next is Tanner Owings. We have 4 more lifters in Flight D squats, and then we'll be taking a 20-minute break before we roll into the bench press. Allow the referees to get some hydration and food and to swap out the racks, swap out the platform. Tanner Owings out of Cedar Point, California is up next with a 600.8 pound squat. Tanner's looking to break that 600-pound barrier at 216 pounds body weight. Guys, we're talking a nearly 3 times body weight squat for Tanner as a raw lifter. This is a strong, strong squat. You can hear the crowd getting behind Tanner. And not quite there for Tanner today. Good effort, though. Good effort. Daniel Guardado out of Redding, California is up next. He's going to be attempting 611.8 pounds. And then we have Tracy Curry followed by Jason Zacchini to round out Flight D before we roll into a break prior to our bench press. Daniel was definitely strong enough on his last squat. A little bit of a grinder, but was able to get it out. So we're getting set up for his third squat. Getting hyped up. Unracks the bar. There's his walkout. The squat command from George. And Daniel powers through it. He likes it. He likes it. The judges do not. Celebration was a little bit early there for Daniel. The crowd liked it. Daniel liked it. The judges saw something a little bit different. Tracy Curry is up next out of Memphis, Tennessee, attempting 628.3 pounds. Tracy's working on a perfect day. Looking to go 3 for 3 on the squats. And here comes the unrack from Tracy. And then the walkout. There's the squat command. And that's a good, clean-looking squat from here. The judges say that is going to be 3 white lights for Tracy. Good lift for Tracy. And rounding out Flight D from Dickinson, North Dakota, is going to be Jason Zucchini, attempting 639.3 pounds for a state record. Is the open 100-kilogram lifter. Getting the bar loaded for Jason and the rack height adjusted. Platform's ready for Jason. And Jason takes his walk out. There's a squat command from George. Jason powers through. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is going to be 3 white lights for Jason. That was for a state record. Let's see if Jason's going to take a third attempt before we go to the break. There will be a 20-minute break between squats and bench press. Hey, George. And there is no fourth attempt from Jason, so we're going to go to break now. You see my buddy George, who was in the head chair for that last round, get a little bit close and personal. So let me have the mouse. That's okay. And we're going to take you to some And we are back, getting the referees and spotters loaders in place. Bench press is coming up next. We're going to kick things off with Terrence Piotsky. We're getting the spotters and loaders in place for flight A, bench press. And we are coming back from spotters and loaders and getting quick bites to eat. A little bit of hydration from Monster Energy as well. MonsterEnergy.com providing us with Hydro Energy Water, Hydro Super Sport, and Ultra Series, as well as Monster Protein Energy Shakes and Rain Total Body Fuel. You can find information about Rain Total Body Fuel at rainbodyfuel.com. That's MonsterEnergy.com and rainbodyfuel.com. And here we are, kicking off Flight D with Terrence Plotsky. Terrence Commando Plotsky. We'll let you guess what that name is all about.
Did you get something to eat? Did you bring me something? Yeah, sandwich, chili cheese, chips, couple of sauce. Yeah, just pick some.
All right, I'm getting my food order put in. I wasn't able to get any food during the break. I had to run off and take care of something else, so that's why you guys are looking at my ugly mug. And so Terrence gets the press command, and it looks like that's a good lift for Terrence. He is on the board. Up next is going to be Tom Lujan. Tom is coming to us out of Rialto, California. He's also a master lifter. This flight is full of master lifters, especially in the beginning. And that is going to be a good lift for Tom. He is on the board as well. Sean Hendelman is up next. Sean is a master lifter out of Lake Eismore, California. Sean's had a perfect day so far. He's working to carry the momentum through to the bench press. And Sean looks like that's a good lift from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's a good lift for Sean. Sean is putting in his next attempt with the Expediter. We're also waiting on Tom's numbers. Up next is Nikhil Karukar out of Seattle, Washington. He's a submaster lifter with Team Ironside, attempting a 275.6-pound bench press opener.
Sean is 112.5. Tom wants to change it to 97.5. Tom, yeah. Can't change it. Too late.
Yeah, so Tom already put in his number at 95 kilos and then wanted to come back and change his second attempt. Unfortunately, that is not permitted. Once that attempt is put in, it can't be changed. Lifters can change attempts on deadlifts, but only the third attempt up until the time the bar is loaded for that lifter. That was a good lift for Nikhil. Up next is Ghazi Gaber coming to us out of Jackson Township, New Jersey. And here's George with 3 sandwiches.
I see that. Thank you. Thanks for telling me, Terrence. Yeah. Oh, got that too? Thank you.
Terrence and I, by the way, met at breakfast, if you can't remember that story. Yeah. I'm joined for lunch by George. George was in the head chair there at the on the last flight of squats.
Of course, always doing the best job.
George says he's always doing the best job. So in case you're curious whether or not George doing a great job, just ask him. He'll tell you. And Chidi Ndiforchu is coming in with his bench press. By the way, that was a successful bench press for Nikhil. So far, everybody is hitting the board today. All the attempts so far look like they are successful. Jason Roberts is up next, attempting 286.6 pounds. That looks like a good lift for Jason. The judges say that is going to be a good lift. 2-1. From this view, the lights are in reverse order to what you think they are on the platform.
135, and his safety is going down 2.
The female judge you see
Safety's going down 2.
towards the right of the screen is actually the left
Our GD is also 135.
most light in the 3 white lights. Scott gets the start command. There's the press. Let's see what the judges say for Scott. That's going to be 3 white lights. Scott's on the board too. Brian Hartman comes up to attempt a California state record at 292.1 pounds. That's a good lift for Brian. Up next is Randy Shelton out of Columbus, Montana, attempting 303.1 pounds. He's going to be our first 300-pound bench press of the day. That is a good lift for Randy. Dennis Garcia out of Phoenix, Arizona is up next with a 325-pound bench press opening attempt. That is a good lift for Dennis. Steve Veneman is coming up next out of Minnesota, attempting 330.7 pounds. Steve gets set up onto the bar, gets the start command. There's the press. And that was a good lift for Steve. Up next is Kurt Wittenberg out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Kurt is going to be our first 400-pound bench press attempt for the day. And Kurt gets the start command. There's the press. That is, two white lights for Kurt. Typically what happens on the side, both side referees do not award white lights. It's because the glutes came up off of the bench. You see Kurt is also getting a warning about his wraps. The wraps cannot touch the bar. So that'll be a warning on his the first infraction. The second time he does that, that will be a no lift for that infraction. Terrence Plotsky is up next. Terrence Go Commando Plotsky. You guys can guess where that nickname came from. He told me about that at breakfast. Maybe he'll tell us that story later after a deadlift. So I'm trying to get Terrence to come hang out with us for a minute. He's got a very interesting story. This is a world record 90-kilogram master bench press attempt out of Terrence. He's pretty confident that he can get that. And there's the start command for Terrence. And he makes easy work out of it. The judges say that's going to be 3 white lights for Terrence. That's a new world record. Hopefully Terrence remembers to get his gear checked. He's relatively new to the sport of powerlifting. Tom Lujan is up next. Tom's coming to us out of Rialto, California, attempting 209 pounds as a master 90-kilogram raw lifter as well.
Says the guy with a broken phone.
And Tom's up next. That is a good lift out of Tom. Sean Handelman out of Lake Elsmore, California. He's working on a perfect day, attempting 248 pounds. That's a grinder for Sean. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's going to be 3 white lights. And Ghazi Gaber is 3 white lights. That's a successful attempt out of Ghazi. Nikhil Karulkar is up next, attempting the same weight out of Seattle, Washington. That's 292 pounds. And then it's a good lift for Nikhil. Up next is going to be Jason Roberts out of Waipahu, Hawaii, attempting 297.6 pounds. That is a good lift for Jason. Achidi Ndiforchu is up next. Achidi had a strong show on squats. He's looking to come forward with that same kind of effort on the bench press. And not quite there for that second attempt. Scott Sciarretta's up next out of Big Fork, Montana, attempting a state record of 303.1 pounds. And a grinder out of Scott. Brian Hartman is up next, attempting a California Masters 90 kilogram stay record bench press. That's going to be no lift for Brian Hartman. Just didn't have it in him to get off his chest. This next up is going to be Randy Shelton out of Columbus, Montana. And Randy gets up on the bar, gets his hand off from his handler. Not quite there for Randy today. He'll get one more shot at that. Steve Veneman out of Pine Springs, Minnesota, is attempting a state record 90 kilogram 50-year-old master bench press. And that's a good lift. That was a smoke show of a bench press. Dennis Garcia is up next, attempting 347.2 pounds. This is a Masters 40 to 44 Arizona State record. Bench press attempt out of Dennis. And he definitely got it up. Let's see if he gets, oh, unfortunately that's no lift. Maybe a little bit up and down motion on the way up there. Yep, that's what the referee says, up and down motion. And Kirk makes that look like a smoke show from over here. Let's see if he gets it this time. Yep. Too well in for Kirk. Terrence Plotsky is up next. He's attempting to break his own world record of 72.5 kilograms with a 77.5 kilogram bench press. We are already on third attempts bench press. Things are moving really quickly. And he makes that look easy from this angle. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's going to be 3 white lights for Terrence. That is a new Masters 90 kilogram bench press world record. And Tom takes the bar off the rack, hooks himself. That's a cleanly can bench press from here. 3 white lights for Tom. So the lifter can take a handoff or not take a handoff. That's up to the lifter. And if the lifter brings his or her own coach or handler, they can use that person to provide the handoff or elect to take a handoff from the meet provided head spotter. Sean looks like he's bringing out his own handler to provide the liftoff. So this is an example of someone bringing a handoff person with them. Sean is 3 for 3 so far today, 253.5 pound third bench press attempt. I'm sorry, 5 for 5. And unfortunately, bench press does not end quite the way squats did for Tom. Next up is a Chidi MD4 Chew out of Los Angeles, California, coming with a 297.6 pound final bench press attempt. He missed this on his last attempt. Let's see if he's able to dial it in and get it this time. And not today. Up next is Ghazi Gaber out of Jackson Township, New Jersey, coming in at 303.1 pounds. And Ghazi doesn't have it in him today. Scott Sierretta is up next with the same weight. This is for a Montana Masters 90 kilogram raw bench press. State record. And there's a good lift. With the same weight is Nikhil Karukar. He's a Team Ironside lifter out of Seattle, Washington. That's a good lift for Nikhil. Brian Hartman is up next. 308.6 pounds on the bar. And here we go for Brian. Brian is electing to lift himself off the rack. And that is going to be no lift for Brian. Not quite there today. Jason Roberts comes up to the platform from Waipahu, Hawaii, attempting 319.7 pounds. Master raw lifter at 90 kilograms. 1.5 times his body weight. Very strong bench press. That's a good lift for Jason. Randy Shelton is up next to attempt a Montana State record in the 90 kilogram Masters division at 330.7 pounds. And that is going to be no lift for Randy. Dennis Garcia is up next, attempting an Arizona Masters 90 kilogram state record bench press. At 347.2 pounds. And that is a good lift for Dennis. Up next out of Pine Springs, Minnesota, is going to be Steve Veneman. He's attempting to break his own state record. Steve, by the way, is a bench press only competitor. That's why you see zeros in there for his squat. You look in the events section of his athlete information card, you'll see that BPO is checked. That is bench press only. And Kirk Winber is up next to attempt a 90 kilogram submaster bench press world record out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. This is going to be for 446.4 pounds on the bar. And here we go for Kirk. There's the handoff from his handler. The start command. And not in it today. We are rolling right into flight B. Bench press. With Max Chabra out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, attempting 209.1 pounds. They're going to get the bar stripped down, loaded up for Max.
Take this trash.
And we got the referees in place. Max is kicking off flight B with his own handoff. That looks like a good lift out of Max. Unfortunately, maybe Max jumped a command. He's getting that feedback from one of the referees right now. He and his coach both. Up next is going to be Zach Helton out of Plano, Texas, who's a junior lifter as well at 21 years old, 211 pounds body weight, attempting 286.6 pounds.
Is that why I got the red lights?
So a little feedback on Max's opener as Zach takes his, and that looks successful. So Max was super fast, definitely looks strong enough, but the bar rested on the face savers. Unfortunately, the face savers there to protect your face, but sometimes lifters will give us the wrong selection or make a selection that ends up not working out, and the bar will rest on those face savers at the bottom of the bench press. Assistance from the equipment is not permitted. So up next is Keith Borowski. Keith comes to the platform wearing some elbow sleeves, which is not permitted in USPA. Keith is attempting 314.2 pounds. That is a good lift out of Keith. He's got a perfect day so far in Lancaster, California. Coming up next out of Ruther Glen, Virginia is Cody Kidd. Cody's had a rough squat day, missing his second and third attempts.
He's in the next flight.
Bud is a really strong lifter, but unfortunately couldn't get it dialed in for his second and third squat attempts. His open and bench press at 319.7 pounds is 1.5 times his body weight. Here a little bit of background chatter. We're getting some openers changed. I'm at the scorer's table, so that's what that is about. So that's a good lift for Cody. Next up is Sid Solis. Sid is attempting 325.2 pounds out of Kirkland, Washington. Something tells me that is not spelled correctly. I'll get my Google machine out and check that, see if that city even exists. That is going to be a good lift for Sid. David Sugarick is up next. David's coming to us out of Portland, Oregon, attempting 347.2 pounds. And that is going to be a good lift for David. Brian Plummer comes up next. Brian is a bench press only competitor. So my Google machine tells me that Kirkland is definitely a spelling error. That is Kirkland. And Brian comes up, and his opening bench press is a successful attempt. That's 2-1. And the judge on the left-hand side called it a glutes coming off the ground. Or the bench, actually. That is a good lift out of Jason with 2 white lights. Glutes from the left-hand judge, or left side judge there. And here we go with James. James is taking his hand off from his own provided handler. And that's a good lift from here, but I was a little concerned about his glutes. Nope, his glutes stayed glued to the bench, so he's all set. Oh, I thought James was going to come over this way. Albert Bartolome is up next to attempt a state record out of California with a 402.3-pound bench press attempt. And Albert's bench press is successful. And guys, sometimes do our best to communicate to staff that camera is right there, and they tend to forget. So we're going to try to get that communicated to all the staff out there so we don't block that camera. If you get a second,
Can you walk out there? Or she's coming up here, I'll tell her.
Joseph Drona is attempting a national record out of West Corona, California.
That camera right there is showing the bench press. So be conscious of it. Okay. Thank you. You were.
She knows exactly what she did, so hopefully that won't be repeated next time. Joseph Arona is up next. He's a bench press only competitor, opening with a world record attempt. He's out of West Covina, California. Getting his handoff from his handler. The suspense is there. And that bar left his hands had been punched to the roof. That was a successful world record bench press attempt out of Joseph Arona. Up next is Max Chabra. Max, by the way, we're back to the top of the order with Max. He did not get his opening attempt, so he's looking to get on the board here. Max's squats were a bunch of nail biters, missing his first and second attempts. Max is coming to us out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. A junior lifter in the 15 and 19 junior age division, 100 kilogram weight class. And no contact with the face severs this time, so that's a good lift for Zach. Zach Helton is up next, working on a perfect day out of Plano, Texas. Zach is looking to break that 300-pound bench press barrier. That number can be quite a sticking point for a lot of lifters. And Zach presses that out for a good lift. Cody Kidd is coming up next. Cody made easy work out of his opening bench press attempt, and his opening squat looked pretty good as well, but unfortunately he didn't get the next two attempts, so let's hope that Cody has a little bit better success on the bench press than he did in the squats. He's coming to us out of Rutherford Glen, Virginia, from Team RVA Powerlifting. At 25 years old and 202 pounds, a 330-pound bench press is very impressive. Cody stays healthy. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with in a couple of years. And that looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is going to be a good lift for Cody. Keith Bobrovsky is up next at the same weight out of Lancaster, California. That is going to be a good lift for Keith. Keith is working on a perfect day so far. He's 5 for 5. Up next is Sid Solis. By the way, I have ascertained that Sid's home city is probably Kirkland, Washington, not Kitcland, Washington. I believe that T is supposed to be an R in the spelling. And Sid gets set up on the bench to get his handoff from his handler. That looks like a good lift from here. The judges say that's 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Sid. David Sugarick is up next. He's attempting a Oregon state record. Submaster 100 kilogram bench press attempt at 363.8 pounds. There's the start command for David. And he makes it look easy. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is going to be 3 white lights. That is no lift for Brian. And coming up next is going to be James Varner. James out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. James is attempting a 385.8 pound bench press. And he presses it up. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is going to be no lift. It probably called for a little up and down motion. Up next is going to be Josh D'Annunzio out of Scranton, PA. He's coming in with a 396.8 pound bench press attempt for his second attempt. Getting eerily close to 400 pounds. And that was super fast.
Record by 500 kilograms, or 500 grams, right? So somebody told me if that record was previously chipped, then I can't chip it again.
They're wrong.
And I can't see it in the record book. I can't find it in the world book. They're wrong.
But you can't chip your chip record. Not your record, you can chip it.
Even though it was chipped before.
So we're having a little bit of side discussion right now. About some records and chipping records and whatnot. So a little distracted. Albert Bartolome is up next, speaking of records, to attempt a state record out of California with a 418.9 pound bench press for a Submaster 100 kilogram California state record. That is going to be a good lift for Alberts. That's a new California state record. Coming up next is Joseph Arona attempting a Submaster 100 kilogram raw world record. His opening attempt was for a national record, and now he's looking to break the world record. The platform is ready for Joseph. Joseph is taking his time getting out there and getting set up. You've got a full minute from once the time the platform is ready to take your hand off and get the bar off of the hooks. Joseph is using his own handler for this handoff. And all the phones are out for this world record attempt at 431 pounds. There's the start command. And he presses it up. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is going to be 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Joseph. That's a new world record. Max Chabra from Fort Wayne, Indiana is attempting a junior 100 kilogram raw Indiana state record bench press. And Mac takes his own handoff. He pushes it up. That is a good lift. Max kicks off second round of Flight B bench press. Coming up next is Zach Helton. Zach is working on a perfect day out of Plano, Texas, attempting a 308.6 pound bench press. At 21 years old and 1.5 times your body weight, we're talking some strong bench pressers here. And Zach gets set up. Gets the handoff from his coach. And he makes that look pretty good. That's a good lift for Zach. Up next is Cody Kidd. Cody's bench press is going way better than his squats did. He's going to attempt to press 341 pounds. like I said, guys, 1.5 times your body weight bench press in your early to mid 20s is really, really good. But Cody here is getting close to 1 2/3 of his body weight. And he's got room to grow into this weight class as well, coming in at 8.3 kilos underweight. You're talking close to 20 pounds there, underweight. And that was quite the fight out of Cody. Let's see what the judges say about that. It's going to be 3 white lights. Cody's a successful bench press. At the same weight is going to be Keith Bobrovsky. Keith has his own cheering crew. I'm going to get some video of those guys for my Instagram Live. So if you guys hop over to my Instagram Live, you'll be able to see Keith's cheering crew. That is going to be a good lift for Keith. And Sid Solis taking a 352.7 pound bench press. Sid has got a perfect day so far. Brian Plummer comes up next out of Holland, Michigan, attempting an open 100 kilogram state record at 374.8 pounds. Brian is a bench press only competitor. And it's not there for Brian today. David Sugarick out of Portland, Oregon, 380.3 pounds. And David Sugarick takes his hand off. There's the start command. Locked out, 380 pounds. Good lift for David. James Varner is taking his third bench press attempt at 385.8 pounds out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. And James has, unfortunately, not enough in the tank for this lift. And up next is going to be Josh D'Annunzio. Josh is coming to us out of Scranton, PA, attempting a open 100 kilogram state record bench press. And that's a good lift for. Up next is Albert Bartolome, coming to us out of South San Francisco, California, with a 429.9 pound state record bench press attempt. And the clock is running for Albert. Albert is coming up, taking his own hand off, wearing some USPA official socks. And not quite there for Albert on this 429.9 pound bench press. Joseph Arona out of West Covina, California, attempting a world record Submaster bench press only in the 100 kilogram class. And the clock is running for Joseph. He's taking his time. He's got plenty of time left. 34 seconds on the clock. And the cameras are out for Joseph. This is big weight. 434 pounds. 435 pounds for a 218-pound lifter. 2 times body weight bench press. And it came up off his chest pretty fast. Let's see if he got some up and down action. And yes, that's what it looks like. We saw a little bit of up and down action on that final bench press attempt for Joseph, so he didn't quite make that. We are rolling right into Flight C. We change out all the spotters and loaders, and the spotters and loaders are going to stay the same. Change out the referees. We're going to be kicking things off with Ken Jones. Ken Jones captured the national record squat for the master single ply 100 kilogram division. As we're switching out the referees, give everybody a chance to rotate. talk to you a little bit about a couple of our sponsors. So in case you didn't know, the USPA has a charitable foundation, the USPA Powerlifting Foundation out of Irvine, California. It was started by USPA Hall of Fame lifter and coach Liz Friel. Liz's goal is to provide those in need an opportunity to change their lives and become empowered through the sport of powerlifting. And you can actually donate directly to USPA Powerlifting Foundation. Up in the top right-hand corner of your live stream screen, you'll see the Donate Now button. Just click on that button, and it'll take you right to the donation portal for the USPA. Yeah, so it looks like it is Kirkland, not Kitcland. So thanks for that, Team Solus. There's a typo there in the C. So Ken gets his hand off, and the press command, that is super fast out of Ken. So looks like he's going to be on the board. 3 white lights for his bench press opener. He's definitely on the board for that. Up next is Marco Cadava, coming to us out of Spring Valley, California. He's a deadweight strength athlete, a master lifter in the classic raw division. Marco comes to the platform, get his hand off from his handler. And that looks like a good lift from here. The judges say that is no lift. So I wonder why he got called for no lift there. I'm sure he's going to find out and be able to fix that in the next round of lifts. Derek Sherlock is up next. Derek is coming to us out of Fort Collins, Colorado. Derek had a difficult squat show, missing his first 2 attempts. Missing his second 2 attempts. But he did indeed get his first attempt, so he is on the board. And Derek takes his own handoff. Oh, unfortunately, he did not. It almost sounded like Derek jumped the rack command, but he didn't. That's a good lift for Derek. He's on the board. Rudy Cadlube is up next. Rudy, by the way, is the owner of Kabuki Strength out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. Weighing in at 216.1 pounds, he's attempting 270.1 pounds. At 72 years young and still an active competitor, Rudy is definitely putting on a show. His handoff is coming from the one and only Kyle Kabuki. Kyle's a world record holder himself. A strength coach in the Kabuki Corporation. So there's the handoff for Rudy. And Rudy makes easy work out of that. There's 3 white lights for Rudy. Jensen Monterey is up next. Opening with 286.6 pounds. Anonymous JPFKO, you won't be able to rewind this live today, but with your ticket, you will be able to watch it for up to 30 days after the fact, where you will be able to rewind it on the replay. And Jensen gets set up, gets the handoff from the meat-provided front spotter. There's the start command. And that is a good lift for Jensen. Up next is going to be Corey Hockenberry. Corey's opening with 319.7 pounds out of Lakeside, Pennsylvania. So we're having a great time here in Palm Springs, California for the 2021 USPA National Championship Drug Test and National Championships brought to you by SBD. Next year, the location for the Drug Test and National Championships has already been announced to be Atlanta, Georgia. So you may very well see yours truly again in the live stream. That is right down the road from where I live, about 2 hours from there. And then John Graves, my partner today on the other platform with Garage Gym Life Media, is actually based out of Dallas, Georgia, just north of Atlanta. That is looks like a good lift for Corey, and the judges say it's a good lift for Corey. Next will be Trevor Cohn at 330.7 pounds. He's coming to us out of Kalispell, Montana. Steve Goggins is the meet director for the USPA Drug Test and National Championships next year. Steve Goggins, actually, by the way, hosted the first ever USP Drug Test and National Championships in Atlanta. So this is a return to home for the Drug Test and National Championships, if you will. Steve, by the way, is also a Hall of Fame lifter and still super, super strong. A lot of great coaching by Steve out of the Atlanta area as well. I've had the chance to work with Steve on a couple of meets as a referee, and he puts on a great meet, a well-run meet. So I'm sure that you'll see very similar sort of experience at Drug Test Nationals in Atlanta next year. So Trevor Cohn is up next to attempt 330.7 pounds. That's going to be a good lift for Trevor. Skip Jones is coming in the same weight out of St. Louis, Missouri. And Skip Jones gets the press command from the head referee. That looks like it's going to be a good lift for Skip. He is on the board. Brandon Sales is up next at the same weight. So it's just a matter of swapping out the rack heights for the lifters. Brandon sets up to get the handoff from his handler. There's the start command. And he makes that look easy. That was an easy looking opener at 330.7 pounds for Brandon. Up next is Cody Hopart. out of Missoula, Montana. He is a Team Beast Athletes competitor, attempting 336.2 pounds. There's the start command for Cody. He makes 336.2 pounds look pretty easy. That's a good lift for Cody. Phil Sawicki is up next. Phil is attempting 341.7 pounds for his opener. Phil, at 25 years old, attempting a nearly 2 2/3 body weight opener, is a super strong lifter. He also holds the state record out of Pennsylvania, still on the squats. And he makes that look pretty easy. The judges say that is going to be a good lift for Phil. Up next is Kevin Anderson out of Palestine, Texas, opening with 352.7 pounds. Kevin had a strong show on his squats. Unfortunately, didn't hit his third attempt. I mean, he's got quite the wheels. Maybe just had a little bit of attempt selection error, or just wasn't able to get muscles firing. He's getting his hand off from the meat-provided center spotter. Kevin out of Palestine, Texas, by the way. And that looks like it's a good lift for here. There's 3 white lights for Kevin, so he's on the board. Kevin Canant is up next. Kevin is a master classic crawl 100 kilogram lifter out of Elk Grove, California, attempting a world record bench press for his opener. A world record bench press for his opener. Kevin takes his own hand off. And 352.7 pounds falls pretty easy for Kevin, so that's a new world record. Coming up next is Kwasi Amponsa out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I gotta tell you what, man, I'm really impressed with Kwasi. Kwasi's not setting a bunch of new records and all those kinds of things. He's just coming out putting up big weight. Big weight out of this fella. 375-pound bench press at 195 pounds body weight. At 25 years old, guys, is big numbers. Especially for a tested lifter. And he makes that look easy. The judges say it's 3 white lights. That's going to be a good lift for Kwasi. And rounding out flight C bench press is going to be Jordan Pleva. At 195 pounds, Jordan is attempting a 418.9 pound bench press. Also a super strong lifter. And Jordan comes up to the platform. Jordan out of Phoenix City, Alabama. Lifts himself off the hooks. And that is going to be a good lift for Jordan.
I wasn't even paying attention. You know what I mean? I'm so used to scrolling and going back up. We have a laptop that smells.
Mark Kadava. We're back to the top of there with Mark. Mark missed his opener at 92.5 kilos. The master lifter in the classic raw 100 kilogram division. That's a good lift out of Marco. So those results will be posted to USPA.net shortly after the meet. There's some logistical issues associated with trying to stream the results for both platforms on both streams. That's a good lift for Ken Jones. So we haven't been streaming those. They will be posted to USPA.net, and you'll probably be able to follow at USPA Power on Instagram to get those results as well. Derek Sherlock is up next. He's attempting a Colorado State record as a master classic raw 100 kilogram lifter. There's the start command. And that is going to be a good lift for Derek. Get his gear checked by George. Make sure he's not wearing any supportive gear. Up next is Rudy Kadlub. Probably got his name wrong every single time. Out of Kabuki Strength. He's actually the owner of Kabuki Strength. This is a 292.1 pound bench press for this 72-year-old lifter. Man, golly, that was fast. That's 3 out lights for Rudy. Jensen Monterey comes up next, attempting a state record at 303.1 pounds. And Jensen Monterey gets the handoff from the meat-provided front spotter. And it's not quite there for Jensen today. He'll get one more shot at that. Corey Hockenberry out of Lansdale, Pennsylvania. He's a Power Build gym member. Stepping up to the platform to attempt a 336.2-pound bench press. And that looks like that's a good lift. Let's see what the judges say. That's going to be 3 white lights for Corey. Trevor Cohn is up next. Out of Kalispell, Montana. He's a Team Beast Athletes competitor, attempting 341.7 pounds. And there's not quite enough gas in that tank for Trevor. Brandon Sales is up next. So I am looking forward to getting some more energy drinks in me. That post-lunch lull is hitting me. By the way, Monster Energy is providing us with energy drinks all day long. The Hydro Energy Water, Hydro Super Sport, Ultra Series, and Muscle Monster. You can get more information about them at monsterenergy.com. And Rain Total Body Fuel also providing us with some energy drinks. You can get some more information about them at rainbodyfuel.com. Brandon takes the start command. And that looks like a good lift. The judges say that's going to be a good lift. 2-to-1 is a good lift. That's going to be a red light from George that you can see in camera. Cody Hopert is up next to attempt a Montana state record. 90 kilogram open raw bench press state record. That's a good lift for Cody. Skip Jones is coming up next out of St. Louis, Missouri at the same weight. Not quite there for Skip today. Phil Sawicki is up next. Phil is working on a perfect day out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with a 363.8-pound bench press attempt at 25 years old. That looks like a good lift for Phil. Sure enough, 3 hour lights. Phil's working on a perfect day so far. He's 5 for 5. Kevin Anderson's coming up next out of Palestine, Texas, attempting 369.3 pounds. And Kevin Canant is coming up next. That was a good lift for Kevin Anderson. Kevin out of Elk Grove, California, is attempting a world record Masters 100 kilogram bench press. Kevin makes that look really easy, and the judges say that's 3 red lights for Kevin. That is a good lift. Kwasi Amponsa is up next. Working on a perfect day with a 396.8 pound second attempt bench press out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And Kwasi makes that look easy. The judges say it's 3 out lights. That's a good lift for Kwasi. Jordan Pliva is up next. This is going to be an open world record attempt at 443.1 pounds. Jordan out of Phoenix City, Alabama. And oh wow, That is a good lift out of Jordan Pleva. Made it look easy, easy, easy. Marco Cadava is up next out of Spring Valley, California. He is a deadweight strength athlete. And it's not going to be there for Marco today for that third attempt. Coming up next is Derek Sherlock. And Derek gets that off his chest. Let's see if the judges say it's a good lift. That is a good lift for Derek. That's a new state record. Jensen Monterey comes up for his third attempt at 303.1 pounds, also for a state record attempt. And Jensen gets set up. There's a handoff. And not quite there for Jensen today. He gets another shot at that at his next meet. State records are a little easier to set because you don't have to wait for a national sanction meet to come up. You can set state records at local events. Next up is Rudy Kadlub. Rudy comes up to the platform with 303 pounds on the bar for a world record attempt. And he makes it look easy. The judges say that is going to be 3 white lights. That is a new Masters 100 kilogram open world, Masters 100 kilogram world record for Rudy. Gets his gear checked. And we're going to see if he's going to take a fourth attempt because that was really fast. And Trevor is able to get that off his chest, so that's going to be a no lift for Trevor. Corey Hockenberry is up next. We are getting towards the end of Flight C bench presses. Corey's attempting 347.2 pounds. He's out of Lansdale, Pennsylvania. And he makes that look like a good lift. That is indeed a good lift for Corey. Skip Jones out of St. Louis, Missouri at 352.7 pounds. He's taking his third attempt. At 352.7 pounds, Skip is attempting a nearly double bodyweight bench press. And unfortunately, not able to get that today. Brandon Sales is coming up at the same weight out of Carbondale, Pennsylvania. Brandon locks that out. The judges say that's a good lift for Brandon. Cody Hopert is up next out of Missoula, Montana. He's attempting an open 90 kilogram Montana State record bench press. And Cody gets the handoff from his handler. And that looks like a good lift out of Cody. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Phil Sawicki is up next out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, working on the perfect day for Phil. By the way, guys, Rudy Cadlub is put in for a 4th attempt. So we will definitely roll back to that before we go into Flight D bench press. Platform's ready for Kevin Anderson.
Can you go back there and tell them to watch those, to watch these things? People keep hitting them and knocking them, and they're moving there, so people don't knock it over.
Kevin comes up to the platform to attempt 380.3 pounds out of Palestine, Texas. And a lot of fight there, but not enough to get that all the way locked out. So Kevin gets a chance to come back and do that another day. Up next is Kevin Canant with a master full power 100 kilogram bench press world record attempt at 391.3 pounds. The platform is ready for Kevin. Kevin's all grins come out to the platform. So he's attempting to break his own little record that he initially set on his opener and then broke on his second attempt. So as long as Kevin posts up a good deadlift, he'll definitely walk away with this world record today. And he locks that one out. So the judges say that is a new world record. Kwasi Amponsa. Once again, I keep butchering that name. So if any of you guys know how to pronounce that name, if you can give me a phonetic spelling, I'd appreciate that in the chat. Is working on a 6 for 6 day, a perfect day, rolling into the deadlifts. I'm really having a lot of fun watching Kwasi lift. Maybe I'll get the chance to talk to him a little bit later on today for the live stream. Kwasi's just coming out here and putting into work, picking up heavy things and putting it back down. Making stuff look easy. And there's the star command for Kwasi. Good golly. Good golly. 3 white lights for Kwasi. Guys, I know that these aren't records because these Pennsylvania records are really stacked, and a lot of strong lifters come out of Pennsylvania. And it have been for a while, but I would watch out for that young man. Definitely watch out for Kwasi. Up next is Jordan Pliva, who's attempting a open 90 kilogram bench press only world record out of Phoenix City, Alabama. And Jordan gets set up. Jordan, by the way, takes his own, doesn't elect to use a handoff, just takes it off himself. And that looks good from here. The judges are going to say that is 3 white lights. He breaks his own world record, Jordan Pliva does, from Phoenix City, Alabama. And we have a 4th attempt coming up out of Rudy Kadlub. Not quite sure yet if Jordan's going to take a 4th attempt. We're going to clean the bar off for Rudy. While we're cleaning that bar, I'll let you know about Rudy's company, Kabuki Strength. You can find more information about them at store.kabukistrength.net. They also have a booth here. And Kyle told me that Rudy will be signing autographs all day tomorrow. That was a joke, by the way. Ampansa. Gotcha. Thank you, Levels, for that correction on Kwasi's name. I'll get that correct on the deadlifts. He's having a killer day, by the way. I'm really enjoying watching Kwasi lift. Make sure that, hopefully I'm able to let him know that. I'm also having a lot of fun watching Rudy lift. Rudy is breaking world records, lifting big weights, stuff that a lot of younger men aren't able to bench press, including yours truly. And he gets the handoff from Kyle. Kyle Young out of Kabuki Strength. There's the start command. Golly, that was fast. And the judges say that's going to be 3 white lights. He breaks his own world record at 72 years young, a 308-pound bench press. 72 years young, 308-pound bench press, coming in at just under 220 pounds body weight. We're going to take a little bit of a break to get the spotters and loaders, or the referees actually, swapped out. By the way, Kabuki works to complete their mission through 4 distinct pillars: equipment, education, and coaching and charity, actually. Through equipment, they would design, engineer, and manufacture normal strength equipment to push the boundaries of strength, performance, and health. I ordered this morning, by the way, from Charlie herself. I ordered a transformer bar, a deadlift bar, and a Cadillac bar.
Sorry, I just had to get past you.
And so George Spar up here, for some reason, thinks that the camera's on. He's trying to give you guys a show. I do not have the commentator camera turned on because I didn't want you to see me eat my lunch.
Well, maybe they wanted to see you eat your lunch.
That's on my OnlyFans. Yeah. Going back to Kabuki, we'll get back down to business here. We're talking about, my side gig. Also, education. They do research-based movement and strength education for a diverse range of individuals. Kabuki Strength also offers world-class coaching for strength athletes around the world and in person at their lab in Oregon. And they also help others by giving back to the community through their charitable efforts. That is kabukistrength.net. So coming up next is going to be Kevin Crosby out of Germantown, Tennessee. Kevin had difficult time getting on the board with his squats, so I'm hopeful that his bench press go a little bit better for him. And we also have, it looks like, 2 bench press only competitors in this flight. This flight has, it looks like 14 lifters. How many lifters in this flight? 14? Yeah, so we got 14 lifters in this flight. And then we're going to take a little bit of a break before we go into deadlifts. And so Kevin comes up the bar, takes his own handoff, or gives his own lift off. And see what the judges say about that. That's going to be only 1 white light. I feel like maybe he jumped the rack command on that lift. But he's getting information from the judges on what that miss was. So Jimmy Smith is up next. Jimmy is lifting as a guest lifter. Jimmy missed his squats and unfortunately didn't get on the board. Jimmy's coming to us out of Ozark, Alabama.
Yeah, well, is he lifting as a guest lifter? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hey! Is he competing as a guest lifter, or is he just left? Yeah, they have. They have been, yes. So let the clock run down for him. Yeah, we're going to time him out on this one.
A little bit confusion there about Jimmy and what his intention was. So he's not around. He's going to time out on this attempt. Jimmy, like I said, bombed out on his squats. So maybe he's under the impression he can't lift as a guest lifter, or just wants to go home. Not quite sure, but he missed that opening bench press. So up next is going to be John Osrovich out of Mission Vale, California. This is for a California state record in the Masters 60 to 69 100 kilogram division. Gregory Diaz is up next. And Gregory Diaz is up next out of Tustin, California, attempting 297.6 pounds. There's the start command for Gregory. And Gregory's lift is no good. See what Gregory got called for there. So it looks like it might have been his lockout. I'm trying to watch the judges to see what that was for. What I saw from over here, and of course this is not what the referees may have called him on because their vantage point is different, is he started with soft elbows and ended with fully locked out elbows. And so we're looking for the lifter to end and start in the same place. The thought process is that the lifter isn't able to fully lock out his elbows. We should see it at the beginning and the end. If the lifter is able to lock out their elbows in one place or the other, then that means that they started with soft elbows or finished with soft elbows, and that'll be a red light. And it looks good for Antonio Pagano. He is a bench press only competitor. Tyler Krall is coming up next. Tyler, by the way, out of Clearwater, Minnesota, is setting all kinds of state records. Super strong guy out of Minnesota. Going to establish some really good state records out there. The platform's ready for Tyler. This is a state record attempt. 330 pounds at 219.4 pounds body weight. There's a start command for Tyler. And he makes easy work out of that. That is 3 white lights for Tyler. That is the press command for Robert. And it looks like Robert jumped the rack command, so that's going to be... Oh, I got that lift. Only got called on one side. I think he got called for a little bit of up and down, maybe. I must have missed that rack command. By the way, that has happened a couple times. Actually, once in this meet, the side judge thought that the lifter jumped the rack command and had to have a little bit of a conversation with the head referee to make sure that wasn't the case. And then that was all cleared up once the had a little bit of a conversation there, so the right call was made. And I did a meet once where in the squat, the crowd really got into the squat. I think it was the second to last squat of the day. It was also for a national record. And the lifter heard the rack command and saw the hand, or at least saw the hand. That is a good lift for Tanner. Up next is Parker Young out of Tucson, Arizona, attempting 347.2 pounds. And so the lifter at least saw the hand provide the motion for the rack command, but the two side judges did not hear it. And so they thought that the lifter jumped the command and awarded him red lights. Well, we had a discussion after the fact, and they both told me that they could not hear me, even though I can project really well. And we made the decision to change the call, to correct the call, so that the lifter did indeed get the lift and that national record. And Parker makes that look easy. The judges say it's going to be 3 white lights for Parker. He's on the board. Up next is Jake Tigner. Once again, a name I'm probably butchering like crazy. He is a team deadweight strength athlete out of San Diego, California, coming at the same weight, which is 347.2 pounds. And Jaquise gets the handoff, and there's the start command, the press command for Jaquise. So that is going to, looks like it's a good lift from here. And yes, 3 white lights for Jaquise. Up next is going to be Daniel Guardado. Daniel Guardado is coming up next with 374.8 pound bench press attempt out of Redding, California. And Daniel gets the handoff from his handler. There's the start command. And that is a good lift for Daniel. Up next is Bradley Baird out of Palm Desert, California. Bradley's coming in at 217.9 pounds at 29 years old, bench pressing 396.8 pounds. And Bradley gets a good lift. 2 white lights is a good lift. Up next is Jason Zucchini. By the way, guys, Jason Zucchini at 27 years old is working on a perfect day so far. He was 3 for 3 on the squats and set a North Dakota state record. Jason gets his hand off from his handler. And that is a good lift for Jason. I know I called it a little early, but I was pretty confident it was a good lift. Tracy Curry is up next. Tracy is also working on a perfect day, opening with 418.9 pounds out of Memphis, Tennessee. We are getting into we're getting very close to folks that are bench pressing 2 times their body weight as tested lifters. These are some big numbers. And Tracy gets the press command. Tracy makes that look easy. That is 3 white lights for Tracy. That's definitely a good lift. Kevin Crosby's up next. We're back to the top of the order. Kevin missed his opener at 176.4 pounds. As a master lifter in the 65 to 69 division, or 60 to 69, I'm not sure what the breakdown is at the master lifter. I'll take a look really quick. So let's hope that he gets that one. That is a good lift. Yes, 65 to 69. I was correct on the first try. It goes by every 5 years up until 85, and then it's just 85 plus for the master's age breakdown. That was a good lift, by the way, for Kevin. Up next is going to be John Ozurovich out of Mission Vale, California, attempting a master 65 to 69 100 kilogram raw bench press state record. And John was strong to get it out, but maybe a little bit up and down motion there in the middle. And yep, that is no lift for John. Up next is Gregory Diaz, an open 100 kilogram lifter attempting 297.6 pounds at 207.7 pounds body weight. And Gregory Diaz is strong to lock it out. The judges say that's going to be a good lift for Gregory. Antonio Pagano is up next, attempting a master 100 kilogram raw bench press only world record at 343.9 pounds. Coming to us out of St. Peters, Missouri. Antonio takes the handoff from his coach. There's the start command. And it looks clean from here. 3 white lights is a good lift. Tyler Kroll's coming up next with another Minnesota State record attempt. And the platform's ready for Tyler. He comes out. Tyler gets set up, takes the handoff. There's the start command. Wowzers. That was a super fast bench press. That's 2 white lights for Tyler. That's a good lift. 2 white lights is a good lift. Do you know his name? Do you know his name? Up next is Robert Howell. Robert coming to us out of Fresno, California. This microphone back here is not big enough for me to stand up on, so I gotta hold it and hope I don't pull it out of socket. I've been sitting down for 4 days straight. I need to get up and move around a little bit. And so Robert takes the handoff. Actually, doesn't take a handoff. Unracks himself. There's the start command. And that looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's going to be 3 white lights. And guys, I'm going to step out really quickly. You may see my kilt move out in front of that camera. I'm going to try to make sure that staff member understands where that camera is so we don't get him blocking the view. And Tanner Owings comes up to the platform to attempt 363.8 pounds. And the judge is going to say that is 3 white lights for Tanner. That's a good lift. Yes, I was able to get out there and let that official know, and that staff member know where the camera was, so hopefully we don't get him in the way of any lifts. The platform is ready for Jaquise Tigner. He is a team deadweight strength athlete coming to us out of San Diego, California. And it looks like he may have jumped the start command. And Parker Young comes up the platform. Parker out of Tucson, Arizona. Squats didn't quite go the way Parker would have liked them to. His bench press has been a little bit better. It's coming in at 369.3 pounds. And Parker is takes his hand off from his handler. There's the start command. And the judges are going to call that one a good lift. 2-1 is a good lift for Parker. The head judge awarded him the red light there, so hopefully his coach will come up and figure out what that was all about, or get that information before he walks away. Parker's got quite the cheering crowd out in front of him. Now, some of his fans have moved down into the front, right there in front of the chains. Not sure if you can see him on the live stream or not. And Daniel Guardado takes his hand off. There's the start command. And he definitely locks it out, but maybe, nope. The judges think that's a good lift. Platform's ready for Bailey Baird. Bailey, by the way, is working on a perfect day out of Palm Desert, California. Coming in with a 413.4 pound second bench press attempt, weighing in a 217.2. That is going to be a good lift for Bradley. Platform's ready for Jason Zucchini, who is also working on a perfect day. Also, by the way, a North Dakota state record at 418.9 pounds. This is an open, raw, 100 kilogram full power bench press state record. And that is going to be a good lift for Jason. Up next is Tracy Curry. Tracy's also working on a perfect day so far, 4 for 4. Attempting 435.4 pounds. And Tracy Curry is getting set up. That is going to be a good lift for Tracy. 2-1 is a good lift. All right, so I'm looking at the leaderboard right now, which Tracy's third bench press attempt selection comes in. I'll be able to tell where things are falling apart. There's quite the spread here on the Flight D competitors. Platform is ready for Kevin Crosby. All right, so here's the way things are breaking down right now for Flight D 100 kilogram open on the red platform. Don't forget, guys, there is a blue platform as well, so just because someone is leading this side doesn't mean that they're on both sides. So that's going to be a no lift for Kevin. John Osrovich out of California is attempting a state record, actually break his own state record as a master 65 to 69 100 kilogram raw lifter. So in third place would be Daniel Guardado, coming in at 455 kilos. He's followed closely by Bradley Baird at 442.5 kilos. And then in first and second place, actually second and first place, is going to be Jason Zucchini and then Tracy Curry with 47.5 and then 490 kilos respectively. So that is going to be a good lift for John. That's a new California state record. Gregory Diaz is coming up next with 308.6 pounds. So basically what we're looking at is So what we're looking at is 400, and if these guys make the third attempts, so if they don't make the third attempts, it will be Jason Zucchini followed by Tracy Curry. I'm sorry, Tracy Curry followed by Jason Zucchini, 482 to 482.5 to 480. If they do both make their final attempts, it's 490 to 47.5. So the spread doesn't change. Oh, that is going to be a no lift for Gregory. Up next is Tyler Kroll, working on a perfect day and wrapping things up with a 358.2 pound bench press out of Clearwater, Minnesota. Tyler gets the handoff. There's the start command. And he's strong enough to get it up and lock it out. Let's see if it's a good lift. Oh, 2 white lights. Typically, reds on the side mean that the glutes came up off of the bench. He's still having a really good day. Antonio Pagano is up next. By the way, Antonio is a bench press only competitor. It's a Masters 50 to 54 competitor, attempting a Masters bench press only 100 kilogram world record. He previously set it on his last attempt at 156 kilos. So now he's attempting a 163 kilo bench press. And that's going to be no lift. No lift. Up next is Tanner Owings. Tanner is hoping to finish out his bench presses better than his squats and get 3 for 3. He's out of Dana Point, California, attempting 369.3 pounds. Tanner gets the start command. There's the press, and he is strong to lock it out. That is also a good lift for Tanner. Parker Young comes up next. Parker out of Tucson, Arizona. Attempting 380.3 pounds. Parker look to have a better day on his bench press than he did on his squat. Only got his second squat attempt. And I'm not sure if you can hear it or not, but deadlifts are warming up in the back. And there's the press command for Parker. It's not quite there today for Parker. And coming in the same weight as Jaquise Tigner. It's out of San Diego, California. Jaquise missed his second attempt. It looked like he jumped the start command, although I can't really remember, and I wasn't on the platform. At 24 years old, approaching nearly 400 pounds at 220 body weight class is very impressive. This one looks good. Let's see what the judges say about it. 3 white lights for Jaquise. That is a good lift. Robert Howell is coming up next. Robert was a nail biter on the squats, barely getting on the board. And his bench presses have been going a little bit better. He's coming to us out of Fresno, California, attempting 385.8 pounds. This 29-year-old lifter there's going to be no lift for Daniel. Oh. Daniel Guardado is up next. Attempting 407.9 pounds. Looking to break that 400-pound bench press barrier. At 25 years old and 220-pound tested lifter. Very strong lift. And that was a grinder, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it locked out. We have 3 more lifters in flight D bench press before we take a short break to go into flight A deadlifts.
Hey, how long is that break going to be? Do you guys know?
We're not quite sure how long the break's going to be. We're thinking maybe 20 minutes. But we haven't been told yet. And Bradley is up next. Bradley elects no handoff. And it looks good from here. That is going to be a perfect day for Bradley so far. Jason Zucchini is up next to attempt a state record out of North Dakota. He already owns the bench press state record, and as long as he gets on the board for the deadlifts, he'll be walking away with 2 state records today. Jason, by the way, is 2.5 kilograms behind Tracy Curry for the day. And not going to be there. So not only does he not get that state record, but that cost him in the placement for the podium if Tracy gets his. So Tracy's working on a perfect day as well. Coming to us out of Memphis, Tennessee. This is a 451.9 pound deadlift at 218 pounds at a double body weight bench press. This is very, very respectable double body weight bench press there for Tracy. He is perfect on the day so far, going 6 for 6. 5 for 5. This lift will make him 6 for 6 if he doesn't even make it. And Tracy takes the start command. It's not there for Tracy either. So the gap between 1, 2, and 3 closed up in Flight D, but positions 1 and 2 stay the same. So we are going to take a short break. I'll post in the chat how long that break is going to be. I'm not quite sure yet, but we will find out as soon as it's on the board, and I will post in the chat to let you know. In the meantime, we'll take you to a few words from our sponsors.
The USPA Powerlifting Foundation was started back in 2019. Our mission is to help people who are less fortunate, that don't have the financial resources available to become involved and participate in the sport of powerlifting. The foundation provides financial support for training and competition-related expenses for athletes who apply and become sponsored under the foundation's program. The USPA Powerlifting Foundation was started back in 2019. Our mission is to help people who are less fortunate, that don't have the financial resources available to become involved and participate in the sport of powerlifting. The foundation provides financial support for training and competition-related expenses for athletes who apply and become sponsored under the foundation's program. Expenses such as coaching and gym memberships are covered, lifting equipment, entry fees to competitions, and mentorship to make sure that all of the sponsored applicants are successful in their mission in becoming involved and giving back to the sport of powerlifting. To learn more, please visit our website at uspapowerliftingfoundation.org. If you're a company that would like to assist in our efforts, we would love to hear from you.
We are a community dedicated to those who love fitness and food.
We have a mission to show that you can pursue your personal fitness goals and enjoy the process.
We are committed to creating a community where you can be and should be proud of your body.
No matter what stage of the fitness journey you are on.
From fat to fit.
Hit them PRs, make them gains.
and eat that donut.
Join the brand, join the message, join the movement.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
And welcome back to the USPA Drug Tested National Championships out of Palm Springs, California. My name is Mike Newbern, and I've been engaging with you guys in the chat as Kilted Lifter. We are getting ready to kick things off for Terrence Plotsky. Terrence, by the way, is 80 years young at 189.8 pounds. Attempted a 242.5 pounds deadlift opener. This is for a world record. Had the chance to hang out with Terrence at breakfast and learn his story. It is quite the interesting one. And Terrence makes that look pretty easy. Let's see what the judges say about it. He likes that. That is the new world record for Terrence. And Terrence's crowd has definitely come out for deadlifts. Hopefully Terrence is going to be joining me once he's all done. And Curtis Webb is up next, attempting 180 kilos out of Plano, Texas. That is no lift. Find out what that was for. And it looks like that was soft knees.
Alan Hudspeth
is a deadlift-only competitor, and he earns 2 white lights. That is a good lift for Alan. Coming up next is Brian Hartman. Brian is attempting a 55 to 59 master 90 kilogram raw deadlift world record out of Eureka, California. Still getting everything a little bit situated here. Thanks for your patience. And that is going to be a good lift for Sean. I'm sorry, for Brian. Up next is Sean Handelman out of Lake Elmsmore, California, attempting a 429.9 pound deadlift attempt at 58 years old. That's going to be a good lift for Sean. Up next is Dennis Garcia out of Phoenix, Arizona. So during the break, I was able to run over to the referee lounge, the staff lounge, if you will, and pick up some energy drinks. So I'll be trying the Cherry Limeade Rain energy drink. You can find more about Rain energy drinks at raintotalbodyfuel.com. We got a little bit of a confusion here on some gear. Anyway, I'll tell you a little bit more about Rain Energy. You can find out more about their drinks at Rain Total Body Fuel, rainbodyfuel.com. They are providing us all with energy drinks here today. So it looks like we have a lifter that is going to have to get some equipment corrected before he can continue, and since it's the next lifter, we're going to have to do that now. You're watching the USPA Drug Tested Nationals coming to you out of Palm Springs, California, brought to you by SBD. SBD USA is the distributor of SBD apparel in the United States, the market leader in sports clothing and accessories for strength and fitness. You can get more information about SBD at US at SBDapparel.com. And I've seen a lot of quality belts today. Pioneer, you can find online at generalleathercraft.com. Pioneer Fitness Products, the top line of quality leather weightlifting belts and exercise accessories. So now coming up is Dennis Garcia. Dennis out of Phoenix, Arizona. Opening with 435.4 pounds. That is going to be a good lift for Dennis. Jason Roberts is up next. Jason coming to us out of Waipahu, Hawaii. That is on the leeward side of the island at 440.9 pounds. And Jason addresses the bar. And that looks like it's a good lift. The judges agree 3 lights is a good lift for Jason. Nikhil Karukar is up next, coming to us out of Seattle, Washington. He's a Team Ironside competitor. Weighing at 196.2 pounds. He's attempting a 446-pound deadlift. And that is a good deadlift out of Nikhil. He is on the board. Scott Soretta out of Big Fork, Montana. God bless Montana and their easy to pronounce city names. I've had some real doozies here. Yesterday, there was a city that was actually pronounced Schuylkill-Haven, Pennsylvania, but it was misspelled, and I could not get it correct at all. So we had some folks come in the chat there and help me figure out what that was. Scott Soretta is coming up with a 480-pound, 479.5, so close enough for government math. And that is a strong enough lift out of Scott. Let's see what the judges say about that. Technically, good lift as well, 3 white lights. So, guys, feel free to hop in the chat and ask us questions and engage with us. we'd love to engage with you there in the chat. Let us know we're doing well, we can do better, or just cheer for your favorite athlete. Ghazi Gaber out of Jackson Township, New Jersey is up next with a 485-pound deadlift attempt. And that is going to be a good lift for Ghazi. We saw some really, really big deadlifts yesterday. Several 600-pound deadlifts and a couple of 700-pound deadlifts. Or at least attempts. There was an attempt to break an all-time world record deadlift yesterday by Abner. I forget Abner's last name. You watch out for Abner on Garage Gym Life Media. John is attempting to hook up with Abner for an interview. Up next is Kurt Wittenberg out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. This looks like it's going to be a good lift for Kirk. This is what the judges say on that one. 3 white lights. That is a good lift. And Achi MD Fortu is coming up next. Achi has to be a deadlift specialist. His bench press and his squats are really good, but he was nowhere near the end of the order for those. So he is here. As you can see, he's outpacing openers by Kirk and may catch up to Kirk towards the end of the day. That is going to be 2 white lights. And make sure we understand what he got that red light for, so it doesn't repeat that error. And other judges red light for him there for him as well. Terrence is back up to the platform to attempt to break his very own world record. Terrence Plotsky out of Nevada City, California, at a spry 80 years old. And here he goes. I got to meet Terrence at breakfast, by the way. Really fun guy, really great story. Hopefully he comes by the live stream later on and chats with us. And he picks that up successfully. The judges say it's 3 white lights. That's a good look for Terry. Up next is Curtis Webb. Curtis, by the way, is attempting a world record at 190 kilos as a 60 to 69 master lifter in the 90 kilogram weight class. He missed that as an opener. Looking to come back and get that on his second attempt. Getting that bar loaded up with his Ivanko plates. Ivanko, by the way, at IvankoBarbell.com since 1967 their goal has been to introduce innovation to the industry and perfect existing technologies. They're proud of their rich contribution to the history of the barbell and to the lives of those who use their products to pursue physical health and strength. That is IvankoBarbell.com. I'm not sure. We can ask George later, but George has probably forgotten. I got to tell you, from my vantage point, Anonymous ECXSN, it looked like he pushed the bar down. Like he tried to slam it down, and that is specifically called on the rule book to maintain control and not slam the bar down. So that's what it looked like to me, but maybe George can tell us a little bit later. So that is a good lift for Curtis Webb. He's on the board now, and that is a new world record. We've also been provided energy drinks from Monster Energy. You can get more information about Monster Energy at monsterenergy.com. They've been giving us lots of their Hydro Energy Water, Hydro Super Sport, and Ultra Series, as well as Muscle Monster protein shakes, energy protein shakes. Up next is Alan Hudspeth out of Dallas, Oregon. This is going to be for an Oregon State record. Alan is a deadlift-only competitor as well in the 60 to 64 A's division, 190 kilogram weight class. That is a good lift. Going to be a new state record. Brian Hartman is up next. He's attempting to break his own world record in the 55 to 59 Masters 90 kilogram weight class deadlift only competition. And Brian stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say. There's going to be 3 white lights for Brian. Up next is Sean Handelman, who's also attempting to break a world record in the 55 to 59 age division, 90 kilogram weight class. And I don't believe he's going to get that one. That is 3 white lights. He wasn't fully locked out when he got the down command. Maybe it was a little bit up and down on the down command. This is interesting the way this is playing out because Sean Handelman and Brian Hartman are both deadlift only competitors, the 90 kilogram 55 to 59 age division, both attempting world records at 195 kilos. Brian Hartman got it, and their final attempts are going to be lots of fun to watch as well. That is 3 white lights for Dennis. And Jason Roberts is up next. Jason's attempting 474 pounds. He's out of Waipahu, Hawaii. And Jason comes up to the bar. That looks like a good lift out of Jason. The judges agree, 3 white lights. And up comes Nikhil Karulkar. He's got quite the audience cheering him on out here, and puts in a grinder of a deadlift. Not quite there for Nikhil. By the way, Jesuito was carted off yesterday on a stretcher after his second deadlift attempt. And the prognosis is that he is well. He had to go to the hospital for some emergent care, but he is well and out of not in the hospital, not having to stay overnight. He's back. He may even be here today. Next up is Scott Soretta out of Big Fork, Montana, with 507 pounds in the bar at 193.6 pounds body weight. That is going to be a good lift for Scott. Gazi Gaber's up next out of Jackson Township, New Jersey. This is going to be a state record attempt at 529.1 pounds for this Submaster 90 kilogram lifter. And that looks good from here. The judges agree that's 3 white lights. Kirk Wittenberg is up next, coming to us out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. I believe Kirk is going to be our first 600-pound deadlifter today, coming in with a 622-pound deadlift attempt. This is a 282.5 kilo attempt, up from 260 kilos. Now here's the fun thing. If you look at the screen on the right-hand side where it says the roster, you look a bit further down, you'll notice that there are a couple of lifters, both attempting world records as that is a good lift for Kirk, both attempting world records as 90 kilogram deadlifters, coming up in this third round of the flights to close out Flight A. And they are Sean Hendelman and Brian Hartman. In the same age division, same weight class, and the same contest, attempting world records. So Chidi Indiforchu knew exactly what that call was and set it down nice and a lot easier. Kind of playing with George a little bit there. George Spohr, the head referee, is also the North Carolina State Chair, I believe. And George is running lots and lots of meets out of North Carolina. Coming up next is going to be Terrence Plotsky with his final attempt at 264.6 pounds. This is to break his own world record in the Master 80 to 85. Or 80 to 84 age division, 90 kilogram weight class. And that looks like a good lift out of Terrence. The judges agree. 3 white lights. Terrence is the new world record holder. Hopefully I'll get Terrence over here for a little chat after he's finished with deadlifts. Curtis Webb is up next. He's also attempting a world record in the 60 to 69 division, 90 kilogram weight class. This is a good lift for Curtis, 2 to 1. That's a new world record. Alan Hudspeth coming up next to attempt an Oregon 60 to 64 division national record. I'm sorry, state record. And it looks like Terrence is going to be taking that 4th attempt. I guess the people want a show. Terrence gives them a show, huh? Allen is coming up to the platform next. We're going to get a couple things squared away here, getting attempts in and whatnot. There's going to be a few 4th attempts coming up. All right, here comes Alan to the platform. Alan is a deadlift-only competitor out of Oregon, attempting to break a state record. The state record he just set actually at 192.5 kilos. And that is going to be no lift for Alan. Sean Handelman is coming up next, attempting a 90-kilogram raw deadlift-only master 50 to 59 world record. And that is a good lift for Brian. Correction, Curtis. That's a good lift for Curtis. Up next is Brian attempting a world record. So, by the way, this is the one that's playing out nice and fun. Both these guys are going to take fourth attempts. And Brian does not get that off the ground. That's going to be no lift for Brian. So I'll take it back. So I'm waiting for the score to go back to where I can see what's going on. So Curtis elected a fourth attempt at 200 kilos. Unfortunately, Brian didn't make his at 100 and...
What was Brian's attempt? Can you just go down to Brian's attempt?
At 207.5 kilos. So that means yeah, it's a good lift for Nikhil. Yes.
All right, so do this. Go down so I can see. So this guy right here.
So that world record came down to the last attempts on deadlifts between those two lifters in the 50 to 59 age division, 90 kilograms. And Dennis Garcia that's a good lift for Dennis. And Jason Roberts is up next out of Waipahu, Hawaii, attempting 501.5 pounds. At 194.2 pounds, just over 2.5 times his body weight. And that is a good lift for Jason. Scott Soretta is up next, attempting a national record in the 50 to 59 age division, 90 kilogram weight class, out of Big Fork, Montana. And Scott is not going to be able to get that off the ground today. That's just nailed to the floor. Up next is Ghazi Gaber. We are rounding out regular attempts for Flight A. And then we have 2 fourth attempts. Ghazi addresses the bar. You can hear some of his bigger boys back there warming up their deadlifts. And that is also not coming up off the ground for Ghazi. Kirk Wittenberg is up next out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, attempting a 639-pound deadlift at 197.3 pounds body weight. The platform is ready for Kirk. Not coming up off the floor today for Kirk. Achidi Ndiforchu is coming up next. Achidi is also attempting 639.3 pounds at 193 pounds body weight. This will be over 400 dots for Achidi. And loses his grip, doesn't quite make it. Now we got 2 fourth attempts coming up. We have a world record coming up out of Terrence Plotsky at 275.6 pounds. Terrence, at a spry 80 years old, 190 pounds soaking wet, is attempting to deadlift 1.5 times his body weight. Guys, that is superhuman strength. And here we go. Give the crowd a show. Show us what they get. Crowd's getting behind Terrence on this. And he initiates the deadlift. Unfortunately, Terrence doesn't have it today. Good effort out of Terrence on that. He does walk away with the world record, though. Curtis Webb's coming up next. to attempt a world record at 440.9 pounds. At 69 years old and 194 pounds body weight, we're looking at a 2.25 times his body weight deadlift. Very big numbers out of this young man. And it's quite the fight out of Curtis. And let's see what the judges say about that. It's going to be 3 white lights for Curtis. So we are rolling right into flight beat deadlifts, kicking things off with Max Chabara. Max, a junior lifter at a 210 pounds, attempting a 429-pound deadlift. This is a Indiana state record in the 100-kilogram weight class. At 17 years old, 2 times his body weight deadlift is for an opener, is a very strong deadlift. This is going to be a man that's, as long as he has longevity in the sport, going to be a force to be reckoned with. Have a seat. So I'm being joined by Terry. Terry, Go Commando Plotsky. That's your nickname, right? Go Commando?
Yes, because I don't wear underpants. Commander style.
So we're going to get Terry in the frame here so you guys can see his pretty face. Let me scoot over a little bit. All right, Terry's getting his knee sleeves off. He's getting his knees relaxed there a little bit. So Terry needs you to just come in closer so they can see your face there. And when you talk, I want you right up in the microphone, just like this, all right?
Okay.
So I met Terry this morning at breakfast. Terry commented on my kilt, and I picked up a little bit of an accent out of Terry, so I asked him which island he was from, and he said it was from Great Britain. So he's from London, from the bigger of the islands. I have Irish heritage, so that's why I wear a kilt. But then Terry and I got to talking. So Terry, tell us why you got started in powerlifting, like why you actually started lifting in general, just, you know, not necessarily the sport of powerlifting, but why you were lifting in a gym, and then you were caught and then encouraged to powerlift. So tell us that story first.
It all started when one day I went home and my daughter asked me would I lift her out of the chair. She's handicapped born with spina bifida, paralytic from the waist down, and had shunts in her head. And I tried to lift her and I realized I really couldn't. And then I thought, God, if there's an emergency, and I would never forgive myself. I was 76. I started going back to the gym. And that's the story of how I started. And anybody can start at any age. If I can, anybody can.
So that was a good lift out of Max Chabara, coming in at 195 kilos. Keith Bobrovsky is up next at 37. Keith is looking at a perfect day so far. He's attempting 463 pounds at 217 pounds body weight. So Keith is up to the platform. He's going to attempt to pick it up while we talk a little bit more with Terry. So Terry, you said at 76 years old, so you were a lot younger back then.
Yes, a lot
younger. At 76 years old. That is a good lift, by the way, for Keith. Up next is going to be Eric Hansen. You know, your daughter was handicapped, and you were concerned you wouldn't be able to help her out of the chair, so you decided to go back to the gym and start lifting and just started picking up heavy things. And then one day, your son-in-law, so tell us about your son-in-law, the nerd, walking in on you and catching you lift while Eric attempts a 490-pound deadlift.
Well, one day my son-in-law walked into the gym and he's watching. He says, "Wow, Pop, what you doing?" And I said, "I do this before breakfast every day of the week except for Saturday and Sunday." Him being the geek he is, which I love him dearly, if I had to have a son-in-law, he would be the one, and he is. He goes home and he says, as I get home, it's like, "Hey, Pop, look at this. This is what you lifted, and this is the world record." Oh, hello.
So Eric got a good lift there at 22.5 kilos. Up next is going to be Sid Solis. Sid's also working on a perfect day Team Sid is cheering him on, so you guys are going to be hanging out with Sid. So, Brittany, I'm not sure where Josh Dionuzio is yet. I'm going to see if I can find his name for you in a second. Actually, he is in this flight. He is a Flight B lifter. He is 9 out, so you're looking at 9 out for Josh. So your son-in-law showed you what the current record was and what you were lifting, and then they convinced you to start doing a meet. So you went and did your first meet, and how did that work out for you, your first meet there?
Well, it didn't work out too good. We had no idea of the rules of what you got to do, and then we find out that everything you wear has to be made of cotton. So we ran to Macy's, so we had half an hour before the lifting started, managed to get everything we needed except a pair of cotton underwear.
Which is why you got the name Go Commando.
That is
Terry Go Commando Plotsky. Yeah, so that was actually a good lift for Sid. Up next is going to be Cody Kidd. Cody's having a really good day after his poor squat performance, and he's attempting a 545.6-pound deadlift as his opener out of Team RVA Powerlifting. So you did your first meet, and without the cotton underwear because you couldn't find those at Macy's. And then you got to know Steve Dennison with USPA, is what you said you became friends with Steve?
Yes. By the way, at that first meet, I broke the world record for the 75-year-olds to 79 on a deadlift, which was 303 pounds. And since then, that's all I've been doing, and I enjoy it. It's a wonderful, wonderful corporation and wonderful people. One thing I find, because I normally come on my own, everybody is prepared to help me. And it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure being here.
Yeah, we're definitely excited to see you here, because one of the things that, as David Sugarrick takes his deadlift opener, by the way, that was a good lift for Cody Kidd. One of the things that, and we had a lifter on a couple days ago, Barbara DeAngelis, and her physical therapist actually talked to her about bone density and how she should lift to help her bone density. So you're a step ahead of that. She was 85, and you're a way younger at 80. Yeah. So that probably was a good lift for David Sugarrick. Up next is going to be Albert Bartolomeo. You can hear the crowd getting really, really behind these lifters on the deadlift. So everybody had a chance to wake up from their night festivities last night, or come in off of work and cheer the lifters on. So we have to talk a bit louder from time to time. But Albert Bartolomeo is coming up next out of South San Francisco, California, to open with 578.7 pounds. So what advice maybe would you give for someone who wants to start out, given that you've never powerlifted before 4 years ago?
I think my advice is more very simply, if you're, let's say, above 65 and you're married, you've probably got grandchildren. And you love your grandchildren, but if you're not fit, you won't be able to play with them, you won't be able to run with them. And if you pass on early in life, that's a terrible thing to do to your grandchildren. They're going to miss their grandparents. And all it takes is to turn the TV off, get off the couch, join a club, because you've got to get away from the TV, and start very small. You don't have to do anything that hurts you, nothing at all. Get yourself talk to a trainer, and most clubs have a trainer, and say, look, I'm new at this game. Can you help me? And I don't want to hurt myself. I've got a bad shoulder, got a bad back. Everybody at 65 knows they've got something bad. It's not an excuse not to make yourself fitter. Every day you go, it's like putting money in the bank.
That's a good point. And that was a good lift, too, out of Zach, by the way. And I was a little concerned about Zach on that grip. I thought I was going to lose the bar, but he held on to it. Coming up next is going to be James Varner out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, opening at 611.8 pounds. James is going to be our first 600-pound deadlifter for Flight B. And we're going to see some pretty big numbers out of these guys coming up here shortly. So just get started and just have fun. And one of the things that I work on with my own personal clients is nice, strong back, so that, you don't end up hunching over, as your years.
Slowly. Every minute you spend off the couch is money in the bank. And you just start. You may not be able to lift what I lift. I've always been fit. I was a swimming coach. I was a swimmer. But you have to start somewhere. You climb the mountain by taking the first step.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Now, you also have a storied life outside of powerlifting. You were in an army for a while as well.
I lived in Israel for 23 years. I don't want to mention the
Oh,
article.
okay.
It was a different ball game.
Gotcha. So we're not going to chat about that one.
Swimming coach.
Oh, you were a swimming coach in Israel.
I was a swimming coach, and I trained on a kibbutz. And I actually trained on a little kibbutz, the first swimmer with girl that went to the Mexico Olympics. Wow. She was the only Israeli girl. 4 years later, she went to Munich, where the terrible thing with the terrorists shooting up 11 Israelis. And I'm still in touch with her every week. She's in Israel. The Olympics are coming on. And I would have probably stayed there, except my daughter with a handicap. I was looking for a better quality of life. And I found it in America. And America's been very, very kind to me.
Well, we're glad you're here, and we're glad you're here sitting with us today. So that was a good lift out of Montgomery. Cron. That was a bad lift? Oh, Montgomery didn't get that lift. I'm sorry. Thanks for that correction by the way. Looked over and I thought I saw Green by his name, and unfortunately I didn't. Zach Helton's coming up with 661.4 pounds. So let's watch Zach pick up this heavy weight, and then I'm going to bid you farewell. You're going to hang out for the awards, right? In case you get called for a drug test.
One thing I'm not afraid of is a drug test.
Yeah. So you live in California.
Yes.
All right, so Zach definitely gets that 661-pound deadlift. So, Terrence, I really appreciate you coming up and talking to me, and it was a lot of fun meeting you, and you put on a great show. The crowd loved it, and you're definitely an inspiration to everybody watching the live stream. So, hope you're able to enjoy yourself the rest of the time here today.
Nobody enjoyed it more than I did.
Fantastic.
It's such a pleasure meeting you, too.
Nice
You're
to meet
doing
you,
a
Terry.
great job, man.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And I love the kills, my man. All right.
All right, go relax, Terry. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Terry unplugged some of my equipment I'm using for research. So I'm going to plug those things back in. Brittany, did you happen to catch John there? Or Josh, you happen to catch Josh? So up next is Max Chabarro. We are back up to the top of the order for Flight B deadlifts. Max has come up with a 457.5-pound deadlift attempt. And that is going to be 3 white lights. Keith Bobrovsky is coming up. Keith, by the way, has a big cheering section. Head over to cheer him on. All decked out in USPA gear. Yeah, he made that look pretty easy, didn't he, Brittany? He's going to come up and get some more weight there on his second attempt. And Keith stands up with 479.5 pounds. That's going to be a good lift. One more good lift, and Keith has a perfect day. Eric Hansen, who's a deadlift-only competitor, is coming up next. They're 222.5 kilos for his opening attempt. He's attempting 235 kilos for his second. And Eric gets braced up, locking those lats back. And that is stuck to the ground. No lift for Eric. And Sid Solis is coming up next to attempt a Washington State record. Sid, by the way, is also working on a perfect day, coming with a 562.2 pound deadlift attempt. getting some rain total body fuel in me to get my energy up. And Sid makes easy work of that. The judges agree. That's a perfect day so far for Sid. Cody's coming up next. Cody's really had a good day after his squat performance. Coming to us out of Rutler Glen, Virginia. He's an Team RVA powerlifting member. Attempting 573.2 pounds at 202.2 pounds body weight. And Cody stands up with it. And the judges say that's going to be 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Cody. David Sugarick is up next. Team Ironside competitor out of Portland, Oregon. Attempting 584.2 pounds at 213.6 pounds body weight. David has quite the crowd behind him as well. And he stands up with it. The judges are going to say that is 3 white lights. That's a good lift for David. Albert Bartolome is up next. Albert out of South San Francisco, California, is looking to break that 600-pound deadlift barrier. Coming up to the platform with 600.8 pounds on the bar. And he stands up with it. The judges say that's a good lift, 3 white lights. Coming up next is Montgomery Cron. I'm guessing that the Y did not make it on there. And his name isn't Montgomery. $622 pounds on the bar for Montgomery. Out of Riverside, California, he is a open and a junior deadlift only competitor today. And lost grip on the bar. That's going to be no lift. Zach Presto is coming up next to attempt a Pennsylvania state record at 633.8 pounds. And here comes Zachary. Zach Preston. Addresses the bar. Going to take a sumo deadlift here. And here we go. And from here looks good. The judges say 3 white lights. James Varner is up next out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. James is attempting 639.3 pounds. And we are going to be rounding out this flight here with 2 more lifters. That is a good lift for James. Zach Helton is up next, working on a perfect day. Zach is attempting a 694.4 pound deadlift. And guys, we are going to see just shy of 700 pounds in this flight. That means when flight C and D come up, we are going to see some big deadlifts. We saw 2 attempts yesterday over 700 pounds. We should see a couple more than that today. And here comes Zach up to the bar. The platform is ready for Zach. Not sure what Zach is waiting on. The clock is running. This is a world record, a junior world record deadlift. That's what we were waiting on, making sure he gets credit for this world record. 694.4 pounds in the 100 kilogram weight class for a junior world record. And that looks good from here. The judges say that is going to be 3 white lights. That is a new junior world record deadlift. And Josh D'Annunzio. Thanks, Brittany, for spelling it with that apostrophe, because I just pronouncing it Josh D'Annunzio all day long because there's no apostrophe in the roster. Josh is attempting 700 pounds out of Scranton, PA. And that is going to be a good lift for Josh. We have a 4th attempt, it looks like. Oh, no. We haven't had 3rds yet. We haven't had 3rd attempts yet. We have? Okay. Yeah, I've been asleep at the wheel. Chatting with Terrence, warming out. So now we are back to the top of the order with Max Chabra. Now we're back to the top of the order. This is the last round of Flight B deadlifts. And Max stands up with 463 pounds. Let's see what the judges say. That's going to be 3 white lights. Good lift for Max. And Keith Bobrovsky is up next with 501.5 pounds on a bar. He stands up with it. That is a good lift. Eric Hansen out of Los Angeles, California is up next to attempt 518.1 pounds. And Eric comes up to the bar with 518.1 pounds. Gets his grip locked into place. He's a hooker. And he stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say. That's good lift. 3 white lights. Cody Kidd is up next, rounding out his day with a 589.7 pound deadlift attempt. Cody Kidd comes up. Cody's had a really good day, with the exception of those bench presses there. I mean squats. So hopefully he'll be able to figure out what that is in training and get those corrected. But that deadlift is not coming off the ground today. And up next is Sid Solis. Sid is working on a perfect day so far. Going to cap off his day with a 600.8 pound Washington State record deadlift attempt. And here we go, Sid. He breaks the floor. Unfortunately, he's not able to hold on to it. Albert Bartolome is up next. All right, so I'm looking over here at the projected totals, and on the red platform, for the 100 kilogram lifters in Flight B, that is going to be a no lift for Albert. Up next is David Sugarick. David is attempting 277.5 kilos. That's 611.8 pounds. David has quite the cheering section out here today. And that looks like a good lift from here. He stands up with it. The judges say that is going to be 3 white lights for David. Up next is Montgomery Cron. as a deadlift-only competitor out of Riverside, California, he's got to get this lift to actually get a deadlift total today and then to be in the deadlift competition. All right. Come on, pick this one up. Oh, come on. Let's hope his showboat didn't cost him. Up next is Zach Presto, attempting a state record. He is a deadlift-only competitor out of Souderton, Pennsylvania. Coming in at 661 pound for his deadlift, third deadlift attempt at 215.2 pounds body weight. And Zach is actually for the bar to be cleaned off. Looks like there may have been a little bit of blood maybe on the bar, or he just didn't like all the chalk on it. He's getting that cleaned off right now. And they're bringing the bar back to the edge of the platform for him. Now Zach is coming to the platform to put his hands around that bar. He has 661.4 pounds on it. 300 kilograms even on the bar. And it's not quite there. So Zach isn't able to get that locked out. He broke the ground with it, but couldn't quite get it locked out. Coming up next is James Varner out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. This is going to be for a state record, 661.4 pounds. A Masters 40 to 44 Kentucky state record attempt. And James comes up to the platform. And that looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's going to be 3 white lights. That's a good lift for James. And Brittany, here comes Josh D'Annunzio, attempting 716.5 pounds for a Pennsylvania state record in the open raw 100 kilogram division. At 24 years old, this is the first year that Josh is competing in the open division. He's already setting Pennsylvania state record. By the way, Pennsylvania has some pretty strong state records, so got the feeling that here in a few years we may see a lot of big stuff out of Josh as long as he stays healthy. And they're getting the bar cleaned off for Josh. Platform is ready for Josh. And here comes Josh to the platform. He's wearing that new color range of SBD gear, by the way. And unfortunately, no. He's not going to be able to get it today. And last lifter in Flight B is going to be Zach Helton. Zach is at the same weight, attempting to break the junior 100 kilogram full power deadlift national record, or excuse me, world record. This is for a world record at 716.5 pounds in the junior full power. And it looks like that's going to be a good lift. Let's see what the judges say. That is 3 white lights. And as strong as that is, I want to make sure that it's going to be a good lift. He needs his... It's not going to be any fourth attempts out of him. We are rolling right into Flight C.
Hey, John, was that his gear check? Tony, did you do his gear check? Gear check? Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was a gear check, if that was a correcting his attitude or what. Might have been a little bit of that.
He didn't have a belt, so
that was beltless. I didn't even notice that.
Guys, that was a beltless 716-pound deadlift out of a junior lifter. Lordy, lordy, that guy right there is going to give some people a run for their money. The other day we saw Abner pick up 766 pounds. Couldn't quite hold on to it. If Josh stays healthy, we're going to see some big numbers out of him in a few years and possibly breaking some world records on the open side as well. Now we're rolling right into Flight C deadlifts, and I am eyeballing some big openers in Flight C. Coming up out of Livingston, Alabama at 65 years young is Ken Jones. That is a national record out of Ken.
Was it a record at all? Okay. His first one wasn't. Next one will be. He says first one was no record at all.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion there about records and who had what record and whatnot, so we just got that squared away. Ken Jones, by the way, wasn't a national record. This next one will be for a national record. Kevin Canant just got his deadlift at 413 pounds out of Elk Grove, California. Up next is going to be Marco Cadava, coming up out of Spring Valley, California. He's a deadweight strength team member. All right, up next is Marco Cadava. Marco's attempting 429.9 pounds. That was a good lift for Marco. Derek Sherlock out of Fort Collins, Colorado is stepping up to the platform with 464.1 pounds on the bar. As a 100 kilogram 50 to 59 lifter, he is attempting to break that world record. And he stands up with it. The judges say that's going to be 3 white lights. Up next is Rudy Kadlub, the owner of Kabuki Strength, coming up with a 474-pound deadlift attempt at 216 pounds body weight. Rudy, by the way, is a young 72 years of age. And Rudy addresses the bar with 474 pounds on it. And he stands up with it, makes it look like easy money. And there we go. That is a good lift for Rudy. Coming up next is Cody Hopert. This is going to be a 496-pound deadlift attempt for Cody. And that is going to be a good lift for Cody. Jensen Monterey is up next, attempting 501.5 pounds. He's going to be our first 500-pound deadlifter of Flight C. Open Master in both the Open and the Masters 40 to 49 category. 194.9 pounds, 90 kilograms. That is going to be a good lift for Jensen. And we had a lifter injured on the blue platform, and he is being carried away now. Carried away by the staff. Phil Sawicki is up next, looking at a perfect day out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And Phil stands up with that weight. The judges think that's a good lift, so that's 3 white lights for Phil. And coming up next is going to be Kwasi Ampunsa. I had the chance to see Kwasi out in the hallway earlier and let him know I enjoyed seeing him lift, and thanks to Levels for that correction on his name, Kwasi Ampunsa. And Kwasi makes easy work out of 523.6 pounds. That is a good lift. Trevor Cohn is up next out of Kalispell, Montana. Platform's ready for Trevor. He's attempting 534.6 pounds. And he stands up with it. Well, he got fully locked out, but he got the down command shortly before that, and there was a little bit of up and down hitching and whatnot. So he'll have to correct those things and come back and get that attempt next time. He's going to repeat that number. Up next, out of Phoenix City, Alabama, is Jordan Pleva. Jordan is attempting 551.2 pounds. Jordan, by the way, gets on the board here, and he will own a bench press world record. Actually, I take it back. I think that world record is for bench press only, and so he already owns that, regardless of how his deadlift goes. And Jordan makes that weight look easy. That was 551.2 pounds on the bar. Next up is Brandon Sales, opening at 584 pounds out of Carbondale, Pennsylvania. And Brandon stands up with 584.2 pounds. The judges say that is going to be a good lift. 3 white lights for Brandon. Corey Hockenberry is having the bar loaded with 595.2 pounds for him. Platform is ready for Corey. Corey's out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He's a Power Build Gym member. That is a good lift out of Corey. Skip Jones is coming up next out of St. Louis, Missouri, attempting 606.3 pounds. He's going to be our first 600-pound deadlifter of Flight C. And that is going to be a good lift for Skip. Kevin Anderson comes up next with 644.8 pounds on the bar. Kevin's going to round out Flight C first attempts. Kevin's looking at a really big total. And Kevin stands up with it. The judges say it's going to be a good lift for Kevin. We are back up to the top of the order with Kevin Canant coming in at 446.4 pounds out of Elk Grove, California. Platform's ready for Kevin with 446.4 pounds on the bar. And Kevin gets a good lift. And Marco is coming up with a world record attempt in the Masters 55 to 59 100 kilogram class, and that is unfortunately not going to fall today with that lift. He's got one more shot at that coming up. He's going to repeat that. Derek Sherlock comes to the platform to attempt a Masters 50 to 59 100 kilogram deadlift attempt. And Derek braces, gets under the bar, stands up with it. There's the down command. Let's see what the judges say about that. It's going to be 3 white lights. So here's the fun thing. Here's the fun thing right now. So if we take a look at how deadlifts are shaping up, in the classic raw, 55 to 59, 100 kilograms, we have a world record attempt coming up at 212.5 kilos, but Derek just broke the world record of 220, previously set it at 210. So the 212.5 won't be a world record, but they could jockey positions on the third attempts. And the great thing about third attempts is that you can change it all the way up until your bar is loaded, as long as it's not lower than the previous lifter. That is going to be no lift for Ken Jones. And if we don't get something out of Derek soon, he is going to just have to take the default increase. And here comes the expediter. Coming up next is Rudy. Rudy out of Kabuki Strength Labs. KabukiStrength.net is attempting 501 pounds. This is for a world record. And Rudy gets that deadlift. Time to get his gear checked. Cody Huppert is up next, attempting 518 pounds. And Cody gets a good lift. Jensen Monterey is up next. This is for a state record. Not sure which one. Yeah, that's going to be fun, right? Yeah.
But they can't say anything yet because it's not up there yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This happened on bench press too.
Oh, it did? Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't notice that.
Most of those guys going back and forth for world records on a bench press. I don't know how it shook out. Up next is Jensen Monterey. Down at the end. Jensen Monterey gets a no lift for Jensen. Trevor Cohn is up next. Trevor Cohn is going to be attempting 534.6 pounds.
Huh? The breakdown is for 50 to 59. They are in the same age range. I'm sorry, it's 55 to 59. It's every 5 years.
So we're talking about
Yeah, I'm talking about Marco and Derek. All right, so up next is Phil Sawicki. Phil's working on a perfect day with 3 white lights. That is going to be 8 for 8 so far today. Are you guys ready for Kwasi? Yeah? They're ready for Kwasi. Yeah. All right, a little bit of scores table adjustments there. Kwasi Amponsa comes up to deadlift. He's working on a perfect day as well. Hopefully that little bit of delay there didn't do too much to him. And he's going to be able to successfully deadlift this 551.2 pounds off the floor. And he stood up with it. The judges say it's going to be 3 white lights for Kwasi. It's a good lift. Coming up next is Jordan Pleva out of Phoenix City, Alabama. He is attempting 584.2 pounds. And here comes Jordan to the platform. Not yet. He just lifted. It comes. Here it's coming. It's coming now. And we're getting Kwasi's next attempts. Jordan gets under the bar, goes to pick up 584 pounds, and he does. The judges say it's a good lift. Platform is ready for Corey Hockenberry. Corey steps up to the platform with 622.8 pounds on the bar. And Corey stands up with it. The judges say that it's going to be 3 white lights for Corey. Brandon Sales out of Carbondale, Pennsylvania is up next. Brandon attempts 628 pounds unsuccessfully. Skip Jones out of St. Louis, Missouri is up next, attempting 295 kilos. This is 650 pounds. Platform is ready for Skip. And here we go. Not there today. Kevin Anderson comes up next. They're putting 683 pounds on the bar for Kevin. Platform's ready for Kevin. And Kevin comes at the bar with 683.4 pounds on there. Gets braced up underneath it and stands up with it. He likes it. Gave the knot at the top. The judges agree. That's 3 white lights. That's going to round out the second attempts on deadlifts. So coming up next is Marco Cadava. Marco is attempting a world record in the 55 to 59 100 kilograms classic raw competition. And deadlift only. And unfortunately, there's no lift for Marco. So coming up next is going to be Kevin Canant at 479.9 pounds, 479.5 pounds, out of Elk Grove, California. That is going to be a good lift for Kevin, 2-1. Up next is Derek Sherlock. Now, earlier we were talking about how Mark in the 55 to 59 age division 100 kilogram full power deadlift only was attempting to break a world record deadlift at 212.5 kilos, when actually Derek Sherlock said it on the previous round at 220 kilos. So Derek is clear of that now because Mark failed his last attempt at 212. So Derek would own it at 220. However, if Derek doesn't show up for a drug test or a POPs positive, his records don't count. And if Mark had have achieved that 212 kilo attempt, he would have the state record. So a lot of things play out. It can be lots of fun to watch. So Derek does get that attempt. That is going to be a new world record in the 50 to 59 age class. And coming up next is going to be Rudy Kadlub out of the Kabuki Strength team. Rudy is attempting 518 pounds at 72 years old and 216 pounds body weight. That is a very impressive deadlift, nearly 2.5 times his body weight at 72 years old. And they're getting the bar ready for Rudy. Rudy's being handled by Kyle. You can find Kyle on Instagram at Kyle Kabuki. And here we go, Rudy. And here we go. 235 kilos, 518.1 pounds in the bar. He gets braced. Pulls out the slack. Initiates the pull. And stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say. Let's see if there's an up and down motion. And unfortunately, no. Maybe a little up and down motion on that deadlift. He does get it on his previous deadlift, though, just not on this one. Really good effort by Rudy. Really good show today. Cody Hopert is up next, attempting 529 pounds out of Missoula, Montana. So far, we have one fourth attempt on the books for this flight, and Cody is not going to be able to get that today. Phil Sawicki is up next, attempting 573.2 pounds. And the platform is ready for Phil. Here he comes at 573 pounds. This is going to be 260 kilos. And he stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say. That is a perfect day for Phil. 9 for 9. That's the same weight for Kwasi Amponsa. Kwasi's had a heck of a show on squats and bench press, and his deadlift so far has been a pretty good show to watch too. But his bench presses are super strong. Coming in at 260 kilo attempt, 573.2 pounds on the bar. he stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say. That's going to be 3 white lights for Kwasi. And Jordan Pliva is up next out of Phoenix City, Alabama. Jordan's looking to break that 600-pound deadlift barrier today. Jordan comes up to the bar, getting set up for the 600.8-pound deadlift attempt, 272.5 kilograms. And he stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's going to be 3 white lights. So Jordan has a near perfect day, only misses his squat third attempt. Coming up next in the Flight C deadlifts is going to be Brandon Sales out of Carbondale, Pennsylvania, with 628.3 pounds on a bar. Platform's ready for Brandon. At 26 years old, coming in 106 pounds, 628 pounds is a really good, really strong deadlift. And unfortunately, he's not going to get it today. He'll have to come back some other time and show us he's capable of that. Corey Hockenberry is up next. Also putting up really big numbers, 295 kilos at 88.6 kilos. Say more than 3 times his body weight deadlift, 3.5 times, close to 3.5 times his body weight. At 24 years old, really strong deadlift. By the way, guys, at 90 kilos, the all-time world record deadlift is just 100 pounds out of reach. Just 100 pounds off of this one, so that is 3 highlights for Corey. He's on the path to break some big numbers. Skip Jones is up next out of St. Louis, Missouri at the same weight. The platform is ready for Skip. A lot of celebration going over there in Jordan's corner. And Skip comes up to the platform. And here we go. Not happening today. Kevin Anderson is taking a 711-pound deadlift at 90 kilograms. Guys, I want you to know something. My internet connection is really slow, but hopefully I can bring this up in time for Kevin's deadlift. At 711 pounds in the open division for 90 kilograms, the world record in deadlift only is 694 kilograms. And then in raw full power, the world record is, bringing it up now, And that looks like a good lift here. That is 3 white lights. The world record in the 90 kilograms weight class for open division is 727.5 kilos. At 711 pounds, he could very well, and he came over and he talked to us about a minute ago, he could chip that world record and break it. And it looks like that's what he's going to do. It looks like we are going to see a world record attempt in flight C. All right, hold on, we're screwing a couple things up. And this is a 4th attempt out of Kevin. It's a little bit of all right, we'll get this squared away. And we'll talk to you a little bit about a couple of our sponsors while they get that figured out. We'll talk about Iron Rebel. You can get more information about Iron Rebel at ironrebel.com. At Iron Rebel, they also have a booth here. So if you're here tomorrow or later on today, you can probably go check out their gear. And Iron Rebel, their apparel and gear are made not to keep up with the latest fads. If you want the very best in clothing, wrist straps, compression sleeves, and lifting gear that are tested to made to last for intense gym goers, then Iron Rebel is for you. They are proud and serious supporters of both bodybuilders and powerlifters. By the way, the owner of Iron Rebel is a big old bodybuilder. I met him yesterday. Sponsoring shows, meets, and athletes all over the world. Their team is built by countless powerlifting fans and driven warriors who strive to be their best in and outside the gym. Another great clothing line is Lifting Large. LiftingLarge.com is a website only. They're not quite here today. Not actually here at all. But their mission is to create a shopping experience for strength athletes globally that offers a large variety of training tools to help them excel, supplying only in-house tested products that they would use in their own gym and training. Their vision is to be the leader in strength tools superstores focused on exceeding customer expectations before, during, and after the sale. They're driven by Iron athletes wanting to help other Iron athletes compete at a higher level. Also, don't forget another great clothing band, Kind of Fit, Kind of Fat. I'm actually wearing Kind of Fit, Kind of Fat's Taco Design t-shirt today. And they're right behind me. I have a booth set up, so come by and see them today or tomorrow if you're around. They're a community dedicated to those who love fitness and food. Their mission is to show that you can pursue your personal fitness goals and still enjoy the process. They're committed to creating a community where you can be and should be proud of your body no matter what stage of fitness journey you're in. Hit them PRs, make them gains, eat that donut, join that brand, join the message, join the movement. KindofFit, KindofFat.com. While we figure this out, I'm going to take us to a actually I don't have control of the mouse, so I'm going to tell you a little bit more about a couple of our sponsors. Granite Supplements. GraniteSupplements.com. They're also providing pre-workout and amino drinks for athletes here today. Granite Supplements was developed to bring athletes better ingredients, formulas, and outcomes. People should know exactly what they're taking, so they dedicate themselves to producing quality products and delivering them with transparency. That is granitesupplements.com. And for those of you that are charitable in nature, you can, up in the top right corner of your screen, there's a Donate Now button. You click that button and you'll be able to donate to the USPA Powerlifting Foundation. You can also visit them online at USPAPowerliftingFoundation.org. The foundation is a nonprofit out of Irvine, California, founded by USP Hall of Fame lifter and coach Liz Friel. Her goal is to provide those in need with an opportunity to change their lives and become empowered through the sport of powerlifting. So it looks like we got those issues squared away, and Kevin Anderson is coming up. To attempt to break the world record and the 90 kilogram open deadlift world record at 727 pounds, 330 kilos. His attempt is 333 kilos. And the records I'm looking at right now for the drug-tested IPL world records in raw powerlifting at 90 kilos is 330 kilos. And Kevin is attempting 333. So he's going to attempt to break the record by three whole kilos. And then Kevin gets braced up under the bar. That's a good lift. That's a good lift for Kevin.
Hey, listen, the world record's lower than the national record.
Yeah, and that's not the first time today. It's happened earlier too.
Yeah, but he should get credit for the world record too, because he just broke the world record. Because it's lower than the national record. You guys understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
Oh, so you're looking it up right now?
I'm looking it up. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
So, guys, that was actually not only a national record, but because the world record is slightly lower than the national record, that was a world record as well. So Kevin Anderson not only just broke the national record, which was 332.5 kilos, but he broke the world record at 333 kilos. So we got to make sure that gets documented correctly, and he gets credit for that world record. And Derek Sherlock comes in with another world record breaker. So guys, we're going to take a slight intermission. While we get these things corrected before we go into Flight D, we're going to take a little intermission. Can I have a mouse? I'm going to go to intermission while we get this squared away. All right, we are back. The platform got a little bit ahead of me there, so we missed Kevin Crosby's opening attempt. It was actually a good lift. Kevin got a good lift. Coming up next is John Ozerovich. Just a little bit of update there on that final lift you just saw in the previous flight for the national record. That was actually a world record attempt because the world record was lower than the national record. So Kevin Anderson is getting credit for both a national and a world record today. That is a good lift for John. Up next is Parker Young. Parker comes to the platform with 490.5 pounds on the bar. And that was a good lift for Parker. Up next is Robert Howell. Robert is attempting a 250 kilogram deadlift out of Fresno, California. And Robert stands up with 551 pounds. That's a good lift for Robert. Up next is going to be Daniel Guardado. Out of Redding, California, attempting 573.2 pounds. That is a good lift for Daniel. Lots of excitement on the blue platform. And Gregory Diaz is coming to the red platform from Tustin, California, to attempt 595.2 pounds. That is a good lift for Gregory. Jason Zucchini is up next to attempt 606.3 pounds, looking to break that 600-pound barrier. And Jason comes up to the platform. So you'll notice that the lifters in the deadlift, some of them aren't wearing shirts. That is permitted in the deadlift. Is not permitted in the other lifts because your body is touching other things that other bodies are touching more than just the hands. In the bench press, it's the bench, and on the deadlift, it's the squat. So that's a good lift for Jason. We are going to go back and fix Kevin Anderson's We'll let him go. That is going to be a good lift for Jaquise. And we're fixing something on the scores table for Flight C, so we're not going to advance just yet. While we're taking care of that, talk a little bit about where I'm personally getting my energy from, because I'm pretty tired today. And it's Monster Energy and Rain Body Fuel. Monster Energy has been providing us with energy, hydration, and protein beverages using the Monster Energy Hydro Water, Monster Hydro Super Sport, and the Monster Ultra Series, as well as the Muscle Monster, which is the protein energy shake. Rain Total Body Fuel providing us also with Rain energy drinks. You can find out more information about Monster Energy at monsterenergy.com, and then Rain Total Body Fuel at rainbodyfuel.com. Up next is Tyler Kroll out of Minnesota, attempting a state record at 633.8 pounds. That is going to be a good lift for Tyler. And Tanner Owings will be coming up next out of Cedar Point, California. Huh? Where? Damn. Dana Point, California. You guys in the chat are not very corrective of me today. I don't know if you're going to sleep, have me on mute or whatever, just don't feel like hearing me, but my colleague here at the scores table got that squared away for me. Make sure I got the right name. And Tanner is coming up to attempt 639.3 pounds. And he stands up with that. That's a good lift. Bradley Baird is coming up next, working on a perfect day out of Palm Desert, California, opening with 650.4 pounds. And Bradley grinds this one out. A little slow for an opener, but at least he's on the board. Up next with the same weight is Tracy Curry from Memphis, Tennessee. Tracy is going to round out first attempts. Tracy Curry opening up with 650 pounds on the bar. And that is a good look for Tracy. We're going to go back to the top of the order. And I'll be right back. Let's see if I can track down Kevin Anderson. All right, John is up next. We're definitely going to be able to get John's second attempt on live stream. We missed his first. And John's second attempt is good. He's working on two good deadlifts. Coming up next is going to be Kevin Crosby out of Germantown, Tennessee. Kevin, by the way, has had a nail biter every day, barely making it on the squats, and then only hitting his second bench press attempt. He's on the board so far with deadlift, so he's in the contest. He's a master's lifter, attempting 347.2 pounds. No, I was looking to see if you could get Kevin Anderson for me. You can hang out if you want.
Kevin Anderson, who's that?
Just hang out and listen. This is a good story. So I'm actually went around the back. I went around the back and got Kevin Anderson. So Kevin, I want you to come into the frame here and get right up on the microphone. So you came up to the platform and chipped the national record.
Yeah.
And then it turns out you actually broke the world record too. So I'm going to show you right here on the screen. So here is your national record that you just chipped.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But the world record is right here. So you guys have seen his reaction for the first time looking at these numbers.
I sure didn't know that.
Yep. Now here's the great thing, right? As Parker Young's coming to the platform, here's the thing. I picked up on that because I was looking up the records as you were doing it, and then I made sure these guys knew, and they're giving you credit for that world record too. So tell us how that makes you feel.
Feels pretty good. Anytime you can outlift Lenny Wicks, it's pretty damn cool. I ain't gonna lie. I definitely didn't know that. Because I only looked up the national and I was like 633. Screw it, I can go for that. But yeah. Shout out to Lenny Wicks. That dude's strong. Anytime you can beat one of his lifts, that's.
Well, today you're stronger than Lenny Wicks. How about that? Today you're stronger than Lenny Wicks.
Hey, it was worth losing the hand over.
There you go. There you go. I squeezed his hand too, and I went back there and shook it. By the way, he stuck his hand out.
I started sweating.
So that's a good lift for Parker Young, by the way. Next up is going to be Robert Howell.
Oh.
So yeah, that's a good day, right? A good day in California.
That makes up for the squat and the bench for sure. Yeah, it was worth the trip now.
There you go.
It was worth the trip from Texas.
There you go. So that's the live reaction from Kevin there, seeing his world record. Looks like he looks up to Lenny quite a bit. So I guess your idols are now your competition.
Well, 3 years ago in West Virginia, I lifted against Lenny in one of those drug tested nats, and I mean he crushed me, obviously. But yeah. Anytime that you can get a world record and you don't even know it, that's pretty fun.
There you go.
That's a good time.
Well, hopefully you and Lenny will be able to face off soon. So what's the next? What's your next plans coming up for your next meet as Daniel Guardado takes his second attempt at 600.8 pounds?
I won't. I'm a football coach, so I won't know until we get knocked out of the playoffs. Hopefully sometime in December, but hopefully find a meet there into December, beginning of January, and qualify for next year's Nats and come back and break it all over again.
So you're pretty excited to go home and tell let your team know that you now hold the world record deadlift?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Gotta go home and brag a little bit.
That's it. Well, you definitely earned it, my man. You definitely earned it. It was a fun show to watch, and I'm glad that I got to surprise you with that information.
Oh yeah, and it was fun back there with all the guys cheering you on. Yeah, that's a good time. Good. Yeah. It was exciting. It was exciting.
Well, listen, man, go back to your crew. Thanks for sitting down with me for a second. Let's get in that reaction on live stream. I definitely appreciate that. So you have a great day.
You too.
Yeah. All right, well, back to the action with Gregory Diaz coming up for his second deadlift at 611.8 pounds. So, yeah, the story is that he came up to chip the national record, didn't even realize that the world record was lower than the national record, and walked away from the platform thinking that as Gregory Diaz picks up 611 pounds and he has a successful attempt, didn't realize that even the world record was attainable. And so we're sitting here looking at the records and noticed that the world record was lower than the national record. And so we got Steve Dennison involved and Bruce Takala. And it turns out that he's getting credit for both of those because there was the appropriate number of judges in the chair and he got his gear checked. So a nice little surprise for Kevin Anderson. Not only did he break the national record, but he's also breaking the world record. And it turns out that Lenny is sort of an idol for him, and he's pretty happy that he gets to break Lenny Wicks's record. So Lenny, that falls today, and you guys need to come back and link up together and have a deadlift meet, compete against each other. That'd be a lot of fun to watch. Up next is Jaquise Tigner. By the way, that was a good lift for Jason Zucchini. Jaquise Tigner's coming up. We're about halfway through second attempts on flight D. And Jaquise is addressing the bar, getting down to the bar. That is going to be a no lift for Jaquise. Tyler Crow's coming up, and he's looking at a Minnesota State record at 666.9 pounds. And Tyler addresses the bar with 666.9 pounds on there. And Tyler locks it out. He likes it, shaking his head, nodding his head at the top. And the judges, unfortunately, do not. Hopefully, he walks up to ask them what they called him for. What they call him for? Oh, yeah, a little too much celebration there. He threw the bar down. And, it's okay to get excited, but you've got to maintain control of that bar. And you can't just throw it down or drop it from the top. That is going to be no lift for Bradley. His first attempt was a grinder and definitely doesn't have it in for his third. We're going to see if he's even going to, sorry, for a second. We're going to see if he's even going to take a third attempt. And up next is going to be Tanner Owings out of Dana Point, California. Not Cedar Point, Dana Point. Yeah, so Bradley's going to scratch, it looks like. Tanner Owings gets a good lift. Yeah, Bradley's scratching. Yeah, it's pretty certain I felt like I saw that out of Bradley for his last attempt. Scratching on his last attempt there. All right, and we're getting that squared away in the scores computer. We're going to clean the bar off for Tracy Curry. He's rounding out the second attempts on Flight D, and then we're going to be in the last 11 lifts for the day, unless someone takes a record attempt. And here we go with Tracy attempting 711 pounds. Tracy gets that. He sets that bar down nice and easy. Wants to make sure to catch red lights from those side referees. Guys, just in case if you're curious, in the 100 kilogram weight class, the national record is 711 pounds, and the world record is 771 pounds. So at 711 pounds, Tracy Curry may attempt to take a big jump to get there, but if he is able to do that, it'll be quite a show. We are coming back to the top of the order with John Ozerovich attempting 352.7 pounds. So Tracy will be attempting 335 pounds for his final deadlift, and that is not enough to secure a national or a world record for Tracy. And John Ozerovich stands up with it, and that's going to be no lift. However, just keep in mind that depending on how well Tracy does on this next lift, he very well could request a fourth attempt to break that national record. At 771 pounds. And the world record stands at 771 pounds. Kevin Crosby's up next, out of Germantown, Tennessee. Kevin is attempting a 363-pound deadlift. And there we go. Kevin stands up with it. What do the judges say? 3 white lights for Kevin. Parker Young's up next out of Tucson, Arizona, attempting 529.1 pounds. And then for the podium, we have a pretty good battle going on for second place. For the podium, it looks like it's going to be a tight race between Jason Zacchini and Tanner Owings. Now remember, there's another whole platform, and we don't know what they lifted over there, so that statement assumes that these are the only 2 lifters that are in that weight, in that the area of that weight for the 100 kilogram weight class. There is Parker with a 529.1 pound deadlift. Robert Howell is up next. Robert will be attempting 267.5 kilos. He's coming up to us out of Fresno, California. And Robert comes up to the bar. Oh, this is my compadre, Georgie Porgy. Georgie Porgy Puddin' Pie.
What up, everybody?
Oh, he's just not going to finish the rest of the rhyme for us. There's like nobody active in the chat. They're all like ignoring me. They don't care what I have to say.
Well, that's like your normal life.
Yeah, thanks, George. Thanks. George's always here to make sure that I feel great about myself. I appreciate George.
I'm here for you, bro.
I appreciate that, George. Thank you.
Can I get one of these?
Yeah, help yourself. I got a whole thing full of them right there.
I got some up in the room.
All right, Daniel Guardado is coming up next. He's attempting 622.8 pounds out of Redding, California. Daniel's wearing an 8-man strong singlet. Big fan of Ed Cohn. Not sure of anybody who isn't, actually. And that's going to be no lift for Daniel. Couldn't get it up off the ground. Tracy Curry is attempting 322.5 kilos for his third attempt. So if he, depending on how well he does and he wants to take a big jump, that's the national record. And this is the world record. So it's the same. So I'm keeping an eye out on Tracy Curry.
You're such a good guy.
I'm such a good guy. Well, Tracy would get them both because they're the same. Unlike Kevin Anderson, I had no idea. I sat him down. I was like, hey, did you know you broke the world record too? Oh, see, somebody knows you, Georgie.
I know who that is.
Yeah? We're going to say who that is.
Anonymous nod. To me, anyway.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, so he sat down right here, and I showed him on the screen. He had no idea.
Yeah, I actually just talked to him because I didn't know if you had talked to him too, but he's like, yeah, man. He's like, I didn't know. I'm like, well, we talked to Steve, and he said you got credit for both, so.
Yeah. So anyway, that is no lift for, I don't know who that was. What's that?
That person.
That person who's no longer showing up on the screen. I can't tell. Jason Zucchini is up next. He's attempting a North Dakota State record at 644.8 pounds. Jason has had a really, really good day so far. He's only missed his third bench press attempt. Lots of green on Jason's chart. Also to my left over here is Bruce Takala, the man, Bruce Takala. If you have any questions about the rule book, you can ask him right now in the chat, and I will get that answer from the man, Bruce Takala. Literally, I will look over here and say, what's the answer to this question? As Jason sits down his 644.8 pound deadlift, and he gets 3 white lights, that's a good lift. Next up is Jackie Stigner, coming to us out of San Diego, California, with a 655.9 pound deadlift attempt. So, Georgie, tell us, where are you going to be tomorrow so everybody can know?
Here.
Oh, wow. What's your room number, Georgie?
None of your business, Mike. I ain't trying to have you creep up in my bed. Hey, Mason, you better not tell him either.
All right, come up next, Stucky Stigner. And he stands up with it. Oh, unfortunately, he's not going to get that fully locked out. That is a no lift for Jaquise. Tyler Kroll's coming up. Tyler, by the way, is attempting to break his own Minnesota State record with a 305-pound deadlift. He attempted 302.5 for his last attempt and got red lighted for throwing down the bar. A little too early of a celebration and a little too vigorous of a celebration. That's what she said. And threw the bar down and didn't quite get it. So Tyler's getting the crowd behind him. All right, Tyler. Don't make a rookie mistake now. And he stands up with it, locks it out. It looks good. He controls the bar on the way down this time. Looks at those other referees to make sure. That's a good lift for Tyler. All right. Get your gear checked. That is a new Minnesota State record.
More deadlifts.
We have 2 more deadlifts because nobody's elected to take a 4th attempt yet. Tanner Owings is coming up. Owings is coming up at 722 pounds. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. So Tanner Owings is coming up next with a 722-pound deadlift attempt for a California state record. By the way, both of these guys are dangerously close to the national and world record. Depending on how well they do, they may come back with a 4th attempt to try to do that. And if I were to guess, if I were to be a betting man, I would say that Tanner's probably going to be one of those. That was a good-looking. Oh no, I misjudged. Tanner unfortunately did not get credit for that deadlift. It's an issue of locking out his knees, maybe. It was called by the side referees. He's finding out why right now. He looked really good to me. I was really hopeful for him. All right. Tracy Curry is going to finish up the day with a 335-pound deadlift. Guys, this is 738.5 pounds on a bar. He's the last deadlift of the day. Unless, of course, he throws this up and decides to take a 4th attempt, then we will take a 3-minute intermission to give him time to rest so he can come back and try to break those world records. And here we go, Tracy. Tracy addresses the bar. Hands full of chalk. He's had a great day, right, Georgie? And come on, finish it out. Not there today. Tracy gave a solid effort, but it wasn't quite there. He's had a great day today. That concludes day 4 of On the Red Platform at the drug-tested USPA National Championships in Palm Springs, California. Brought to you, by the way, by SBD. And we are going to conclude our live stream. You will be able to see the results at USPA.net. In just a few days, they'll be posted to the website. We're going to have the awards ceremony here, and George is going to watch some people pee. I'm not wearing a blue shirt, so I don't have to do that today.
He said he wants to help out with
I do not want to help out with drug testing. Nope. So we'll see you guys back here tomorrow. On the red platform tomorrow is going to be my partner, John Greaves. I don't know what these guys are talking about over here. And I will be on the blue platform tomorrow to finish out the 5-day contest of the USP drug-tested national championships. So we will see you guys back tomorrow. Thanks so much for tuning in today. We know you guys could spend your money and your time doing other stuff, and you chose to hang out with us and chose to hang out with us. And we are honored, and we hope that we were entertaining and informative. So we will see you next time. Grab the mouse really quick. So I just turn this off. Thank you. And you guys don't want to stand here and look at the screen all the time while we're doing stuff. So we're going to turn the live stream off.